What's up, everybody? This is Fly Nubian Money, where we help you maximize your mindset and maximize your money. Is that what it says? Tonight is a special night. It's a really special night, and I have some of the most gorgeous and most amazing and most political and most highly intellectual queens right here with us tonight. Oh my God. Tonight is a historical night. And we want to do something different. We want to do something special for Fly Nubian Money. We wanted to have an election watch night party. And we thank you all for joining us tonight. We see all of you coming in. As you come in, we want to make sure that you're subscribing to the Fly Nubian Queen. We want to make sure you're subscribing to Dr. Boyce, what's this, Black Excellence channel, and all the channels that you're watching us from. We want to make sure that you're subscribing to these channels and make sure you share, because this is a conversation we want to have with everyone. This being the most, they're saying, one of the most important elections of our generation. We want to make sure that we cover it and have a great intellectual dialogue. So, ladies, we have Miss Vanessa Gopal. She is a and we have Dr.
Girl, I still look. She is I'm every woman.
She's every woman. Well, you do taxes? No, you do policy. She does policy. So she's absolutely the right person here tonight, because actually she knows policy and she actually studies this stuff. And we have Dr. Charm, who is also very involved politically, but she's an MD. She's a psychic. She's a medium, and she is a stand-up comedian. She's getting ready to do some shit real soon over in Vegas with
Keenan Presents. So Keenan Thompson from SNL has curated comedians for the Keenan Presents Pop-Up Comedy Fest next Saturday. I'll be on stage in Las Vegas. So if anybody's in Sin City and they want to come check it out at Jimmy Kimmel's Comedy Club on the Las Vegas Strip, come through.
Dope shit. I'm so proud of you, sis. That's great. So where are we at with this election tonight? Where are we? And hello, Miss Cheryl. Where are we at? Who's winning? What's going on? I think I seen that Trump had some electoral college votes. Where we at, Vanessa?
Well, let me tell you, they're talking about kids. These students in Pennsylvania have been waiting in lines for 6 hours. So it is going down in Pennsylvania, y'all. So it's interesting to see what happens with that, because we all know that that's a huge battleground state.
Yeah.
So and the college students there are supposedly supposed to make the big difference in this election.
Really? And they're not being intimidated or anything like that, huh?
Not that I read about, but if you messing with you hear what they said, F around and find out. So I hope no one ain't finding out.
Right. Well, so far we're at 3 electoral college votes for Harris, 19 for Trump. We need 270 to win, but we know that these early projections are in for these states that are normally red, right? So this is not abnormal. This is not anything to worry about at this point. East Coast and the southern states are typically are going to be more red, and then you're going to have you have Arizona, you have Nevada. What are other West Coast swing states or typically red states on the West Coast?
I don't know about New Mexico. I know Arizona's always red.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Arizona. But it went blue. When did it go blue? It went blue the last election, right?
Yeah, and we were talking about that Georgia, for the first time in 30 years, went blue in 2020, and delivered us Biden that vote, that Democratic vote.
Yeah. Oh, let me tell Boyce to hop on here.
Yeah. I don't know. Nevada has gone, I think, both ways, though. So it definitely is a pure swing state.
Yeah.
I've seen Nevada go blue and red. But in general, that whole line, the West Coast lights up blue. And then you have the blue wall when it goes in favor of Democratic. But then when you see that break, you generally see the Republican Party dominate.
Yeah. So far, let me see. In what is that? Indiana. We know that they voted for a Republican Senate. So I guess Jim Banks won that. And so Valerie McRae lost. She was a Democratic. She was going for governor. No, Senate. So what they're trying to do, hopefully, is flip the House and the Senate. And so for there's 28 seats up for election. for the Democrats, and there's 39 seats up for reelection for the Republicans, and one has been taken already for and which is Indiana. So that's interesting. We already knew Indiana. Well, Indiana was already a Republican, so nothing was flipped over there. But what are we seeing? Trump wins Indiana and Kentucky, and Harris takes Vermont. That's what we're seeing right
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
Yes. It's so early. I feel like.
Yeah, this is.
Go ahead, Dr. Tom.
No, I was just saying that CNN is saying that the states that are really going to be pivotal is Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania as always, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Nevada. So
Yeah.
the Arizona and Nevada taking the plate in Georgia. So I mean, polls are closed. Polls are pretty much closed. Pennsylvania, Georgia. Who else is on East Coast time? Well, Michigan. Part of Michigan is East Coast. So the rest of those are in North Carolina. So we're still waiting on. We still got to wait on Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. So that's still gonna be some hours.
Boyce is gonna
Wait,
go
so y'all
hop
think
on
you
here.
think it's gonna be called tonight, or when do you guys think they're gonna call this specific race? Like, you think it's gonna happen in the next 24
Brian, get
hours?
your ass up off of here, Brian Stanklin.
I think it's gonna be tonight. I mean, really. I mean, the last few presidential elections, we pretty much knew that night. But because by the next day, if there was anything missing or whatever, it still reflected what the majority still was. Yeah. So
what was that? The hiccup in Georgia. So Georgia, have y'all? I mean, well, you said you vote early, Dr. Charm, but in general, how has the vibe been in Georgia, just from your perspective?
Well, I mean, they were sending out this thing kind of was going on around social media that about Gwinnett County, which is one of the counties here in the Atlanta area that, the people were concerned about. There were some rumors about some Klan activity and vote, and retaliation towards Black people. I saw that go across my socials like a couple of times today over the last few days. So you got to kind of always be concerned about that. And I mean, it's just a voter suppression and period. You got to worry about that, especially in these deep South states. I mean, Mississippi is currently trending on X, or it was at least a couple hours ago, because they were doing, they were messing around at the polls. But Philadelphia said they're not playing that. The DA said you can F around and find out. He gave a press
fuck around and find out
yesterday,
buddy.
Don't try it. Don't try us.
So, listen.
He said, "Fuck around and find out, buddy."
Yeah,
don't come over here with that.
The district attorney.
Fuck around and find out. So what?
Yes, and his name is the district attorney of Philadelphia is Larry Krasner, warned anyone thinking of interfering during election day, F around and find out.
He said yes, and then he put buddy on the end of that. No, I'm just kidding.
And
so right,
yeah. I mean, and he might as well have just said the F word. He was like F around, but we're in a state in politics where I feel like you could just say it.
Right.
I mean, the politics from when I was younger to now have definitely just.
Oh my God! Listen, Trump was Trump was on the mic like doing fellatio to the microphone. So like,
what was that?
Yeah. So this is just bizarre. It's like we're in the Twilight Zone.
He's making fun of somebody. That's what he always does, is make fun of other people.
But that is not appropriate for the president of the United States. But
right.
Right now he has 19 electoral college votes. Harris has 3. So right now we have 28 Democrats in the Senate, 39 Republicans. House, we have 4 and 16 Republicans and 218 to win. So we are on our way. I mean, what are your thoughts? Like, what's the general? Mackie Samuel says, do you believe that the backlash against the prospect of Kamala Harris becoming U.S. president is because some Black men feel left behind as Black women rise in academia, corporate America, and now the U.S. presidency? That is an interesting perspective. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I think that's a plausible argument. That may be a pocket of some men. I feel like I had this discussion the other day about toxic I had this discussion the other day about toxic masculinity, and so some some men really do have a problem with women being in charge. So I
Yeah.
mean, I think that could be, but overall, I think overall most black men are they're going to be backing Kamala out of any group, right? So
Yeah.
I don't think that that necessarily speaks to a huge volume of black men that feel that way. But for sure, I definitely think it could be a percentage.
What are your thoughts? What are the big policies, since you are the policy queen, that we really need to be paying attention to in this election?
Well, as you guys know, I'm like more of a, I mean, I'm more of a
Local.
local policy girl,
Hmm.
really. But I think overall, I think that we should be just paying attention to our economic policies, like what best benefits. I'm a huge proponent of home ownership. So I feel like any policy that speaks to working with a local and state governments in order to like get a better home ownership, like programs like NACA, create programs that allow Black people, if you've been renting for like $2,500, $3,000 a month, that allows us to qualify, because most of the time it's the qualifications that exclude Black people from like ownership. So I feel like we should be looking at economic policies. There's a policy on in California that I think is we're probably going to see across the rest of the states, where it basically in forced servitude in prison. Basically saying like we can't keep making these people work without paying them. So I think that we'll see a lot of policy change in that component. Generally, when we have policies come out of California, they trickle down to other areas. But mainly, I think the biggest things that we should be looking at is our economic policies, and what creates equity and home ownership and wealth within the community.
What are your thoughts about that, Dr. Charm? Policy that we should be looking at?
Wow, I'm looking at some of this stuff here, and they're talking about. It's interesting. It's interesting how this. Huh? Uh oh. It's interesting how the different states have different laws, because they actually say that Nevada has this law that they have to cure their ballots. So basically, people have to verify their signatures are correct or whatever before the ballots can be counted, and they have until November 12th to cure the ballots. I've never heard of
And
that before.
wait, what state is that? That you said Nevada?
Nevada. So yeah, it says there's a created, and they have to go to this website and they have to verify their signatures before the ballot can be counted.
Interesting. How do they verify somebody's signature? Make sure it does say Daffy Duck on it or something. I mean, I don't know. How do they
I
know?
don't know if it's going against the ID.
They didn't
And
ask
it's
me
saying,
for an
I think this
ID.
is,
That's what I found interesting too. I didn't get asked for an ID. They don't ask you for IDs at the poll.
Not in California, they don't.
mm,
Yeah, I didn't get asked for an ID.
Did you get asked for your ID in
I
Georgia?
didn't,
Yeah, because I know that was like
I didn't.
yeah, I know that was like a media point at some, remember they was making that a big deal in the media, but I've never got asked for my ID.
Yeah, I haven't either. But why is that? Why don't they ask us for our ID?
Well, I do I just verify my name and my address.
Right, but why don't they ask for ID? Because we could be anybody.
Well,
Well,
that's what a lot of the Republicans are trying to get passed in a lot of places. They want people, because their biggest thing is their issue they're saying is this voter fraud and so illegal immigrants voting, and I don't know, but
They're coming there saying, "My name is John Smith."
yeah, but I mean,
yes.
I mean, I can see both points, but I do feel like most people that are coming in and you have a name and an address, like you're generally going to be that person. But I do understand that if there's a chance that something could also go wrong. So, I
But
mean,
they
I
said
don't know,
that this
but it
is so low. They said the voter fraud statistics are like so low that it's just minuscule.
Yeah, it does. It's not even going to make a difference. So
that's
far
a
we
yeah.
have Georgia. 8% of the votes are in. 58% for Donald Trump. 41% for Kamala. Atlanta, y'all better
Mm-hmm.
get out there and vote. Senate, Indiana, Jim Banks is the has won Indiana. Virginia, Tim Kaine, which is a Democrat, hung cow, a Republican, but only 2% of the votes are in. Vermont, Bernie Sanders, but only 1% of the
Right.
votes in.
Yeah,
And
most places it's like that's like 1 or 3%. And I mean, but they're calling it based on 3%, which is interesting.
that is definitely interesting. Virginia, Republican, uh, House 7. So House 2. So okay,
Just
got
in
it.
Georgia, Georgia just extended their hours to vote. It says due to the bomb threats that were they extended.
Bomb
So
threats. Excuse
yeah,
me?
there was allegedly some bomb threats at two locations that originated from Russia somehow.
Oh my
So
Russia,
God.
they just said
Russia
yeah.
doing bomb threats.
Maybe Russia been all up in this mess since 2016.
Now
You
they
know,
Yo,
started making bomb threats. Okay,
they
so
accused the
Georgia will
black
have some
people.
extra hours. And
Yeah, they
that's in
accused.
Gwinnett County. So that's probably what you were referring to. Some which well, you were referring to the
Yeah,
KKK, but they're
yeah,
saying
they were.
it's
But what's going on in Gwinnett? Let me stay the fuck up out of Gwinnett for a minute, Chad.
right? I think Arizona election officials warn some out of the county voters they can't use federal only ballots. Um,
see, you should have been
interesting.
making Gwinnett County should have mayor should have been out there talking about fuck around and find out.
Right.
Right, 'cause I'm not trying to go to vote and be worried about going to the upper room. So
Right. Try to vote. Well, I mean, our ancestors did that. You know, our ancestors died for our right to vote. That's why it's
yeah.
so vitally important that we do. Polls are closing in battleground North Carolina as well as Ohio and West Virginia right now. So the next polls are closing. So what do we see, y'all? We see 23 electoral college votes for Trump, 3 for
Why
Harris.
Athena in the comments? Athena ain't coming up tonight. Talking about she got asked for her ID.
She's supposed to be on
Yeah, where
at
you at,
8.
Athena?
Yeah, see
Athena talking about I got asked for her ID.
Miss Vinjab said she always gets asked for her ID.
And what state are I wonder what state are
Geneva
you in?
JB.
What state are
What
you
state are
in?
you in?
Naomi said in New York you have to bring your voting sticker. They scan and have you verbally verify your address. Then they print your ballot and hand it to you.
That's interesting.
Okay, New York sounds organized.
Right.
Yeah. Let me tell you, I was talking about this before too, but that LA poll pass,
Oh yeah.
that is the move. Like, cause you vote at home. You basically vote on your phone or your laptop, so you have time to research it all, and then it gives you a scan code with all your stuff. You take it, you scan it at the poll, you done. It
Yeah.
just is so easy. Cause
In
there's
and
been
out.
times where I've been voting and I've been on my phone, like what is this policy again, or who is this person? So it just, I think all places should do that.
Yeah. You know,
Or
the the electoral college process is an antiquated process that needs to be removed. There's no need for electoral college. Like we have everything electronic. We should definitely go by popular vote and not by super delegates. Um, let everybody's vote count, and that should be that. We shouldn't have delegates voting on the behalf of the people. And you know the origination of the electoral college votes, right, is because they wanted to keep us 3/5 of
slaves.
humans, but they wanted our votes. They wanted to be able to
Hmm.
claim us. So that was the compromise. But we don't even need that system anymore. We have technology to be able to make every vote count.
Well,
We should.
but you know what?
Mm.
Too, and I meant to mention this, but we ran out of time when we did that show where we talked about the black men and all the voting and all that that got really heated. But that's one of the things that some of the illegal immigrant opponents are saying, that they're basically utilizing having all these migrants come in because that inflates the population. And so that's kind of, that's what they're saying as far as
Can they
about for
vote
the most
though? They
part.
can't vote though, right?
Yeah.
Right?
But
So then,
it adds to the population. So then, that's the speculation that, okay, well, this can still affect the electoral college. And then if you also then in about, if you fast track them to citizenship, then in another 4 years, then you get these people, so it's interesting.
but I think it's really, I mean, just speaking, like I have, I live in California, so we got a big immigrant population. And like one of my closest friends, just watching her journey with her mom, it is not that she didn't, it's not an easy process. And then also, my mom, she had, they came here legally though.
Hmm.
My granddad paid, he basically his whole life savings where he was at to bring the family over
Hmm.
here. But even still, even when they were over here, there was still a process. Like my mom was here for like 17 years before she even qualified to get her citizenship. She's a citizen now, but she had paid into the system and been here for a long time. She had kids here, and they paid
Where were
everything to
your
come.
people from?
Guyana.
Oh, okay, from Guyana. Okay.
Yeah, but then too, so my girlfriend's mom, watching her experience, it's like she had, she got 3 kids here. She's been here for a long time. She was married, and they still wouldn't give her her citizenship. It didn't matter. So they're still fighting, paying tons of money to attorneys. So
And
she
that,
can't vote. Yeah, she can't vote. She can't get she doesn't qualify to get assistance. So I think I don't, and I'm sure it's different for a lot of people because I do know programs that do allow you in California, you can get some sort of assistance, mainly food, if you're unable to eat. But a lot, it's not easy to become a citizen
no,
in
it's
the
very
United
difficult,
States.
and I think that's why it's such a slap in the face with what's going on with the migrant crisis, because there's so many people that's waited 10 years and all these years, and then you get people to jump ahead of the line because United States has one of the most difficult immigration policies as far as for legal immigration in the world. So yeah, so I think that's what that's what's putting up everybody up in arms, is that folks get to jump ahead. I mean, when Ronald Reagan was president, he gave amnesty. I think he gave amnesty to like 11, over 12 million immigrants. Because so he basically gave citizenship to any illegal immigrants that came in before 1980 something. By 1982. So that was 40 years ago, but 30, 40 years, what, 30? Yeah. So it's happened before, but I think this is a different climate now. And then once he did give all the amnesty in the 80s, you had a large amount of people, especially of color from Africa and different places that came in the 80s, because that's where you have so many African and Caribbean immigrants and children of immigrants, because they came in as children in the 80s.
You know what I find interesting is that all of these Hispanics vote Republican, and these Republicans don't want them in the country, and that really is really interesting for me. It said that
Facts.
one seat was flipped to Republican. Which one?
Was it a
What?
Senate seat? Because they
Uh,
had 38. Let me see.
and now they're at 40. 38 seats not up for election. One flipped Republican. So who was that?
23. We still at 23.
Yeah, I wish we had somebody Hispanic that we could talk to understand the psychology of why so many of them vote red, even though the Democratic policies are more beneficial for them. It's interesting.
Yeah, that
You know,
is.
I'm not, and I'm not. But my girlfriend was telling me that there's a big difference between, because some of them are like really, really into the religion, especially the ones that come from like Cuban, like like people, the immigrants from Cuban, they're super, super, super religious. So I think that a lot of them that probably vote are thinking that
Oh,
it's
the
more in
Catholic
line
stuff.
with the religious, yeah. But she only
Okay,
commented
the
on it because I don't. I
pro-life.
mean, I don't.
West
Yeah, well,
Virginia
that
for
makes sense. Like the pro-life stuff.
Yeah, so but the thing about it is, like, you would think that Donald Trump would have turned off so many people. I mean, people in his cabinet, people on his staff, his own vice president, like nobody wants to be associated with him. So to see that the citizens of the United States, being that he says any goddamn thing he wants, they still are rocking with
Well,
him.
it's because Trump is a nationalist. Like, he is not a globalist president. And for people who are, nation first, that's what makes him attractive. And he can do or say anything. It's what he represents,
Hmm.
you know,
Hmm.
is where they're gonna stand 10 toes down.
Yeah,
But do you
but
think? I mean, I don't know. It just gives me cult like because I feel like you can ask me like when you ask most people what they don't like about Trump, like hardcore Trump followers, they'll be like, "I love everything about him," and that's kind of cultish. Because if you ask me about any politician, whether or not, I mean, I voted for politicians where I was like, "Oh, I don't really want to," but because there's certain things that like I disagree with. It's like a balancing scale. But I feel like a lot of the Trump supporters, they don't like they don't care what he does or say, and that's very cultish like when you just blindly follow a leader and you don't keep him accountable for anything. It's just like he could say whatever and it's still gonna be like, okay, well that's cool too. I don't know.
He said that he could shoot somebody in the street and they will still vote for him. He knows that these people are cultish. He knows that they crazy. The the the,
Wow.
the thing about it though is how many crazy people there are. I didn't realize America had that many crazy people, but these are the same great grandchildren of people who murdered, pillaged, and done everything that they did to our people. So I shouldn't be as surprised. They've just been
It's so
hiding in
it's
plain
so
sight.
Well,
it's so interesting. Go ahead.
I just want to interrupt and do our Fly Nubian Money Network drop. So you all are joining us here on the Fly Nubian Money Network, and you can text the word Queens to 87948. And I'm just happy to be here with the Queens
Hey,
doing
hey.
this coverage.
Hey now.
What were
But
you
I was
saying, Miss
saying
Coco?
in 2020, and this is a part of me growing up. I grew up in Minnesota and like maybe
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Minnesota, don't you know? So but I just feel like a lot of the stuff that I saw happening in 2020, I was like, whoa, I didn't know that. I didn't know people felt that way. It was like eye opening for me. Now my father grew up in, he was in Selma, so he lived through a lot of stuff. My dad was
Yeah, we really found out how people really felt. Go ahead.
yeah, my bad. That was so. I just feel like I was still in, like you, constant I'm in a state of disbelief. Like, do people really feel like this? And it was crazy to see all the hate and people come out just openly, like, I hate you. And so I think, when I was talking to my dad about it, he was like, yeah, I mean, what? Like, that's what it is. Like, because it was very open for them in Selma, Alabama. So, he didn't been to the sit-ins, marched in Bloody Sunday, got
Yeah.
arrested 5 times. He's like, I'm used to it. Like,
Yeah.
so I think it was definitely an eye-opening experience for me to be like, I didn't know America was this hateful.
That's because we lived through the 80s and the 90s and the early parts of 2000s with the people who have been, it wasn't politically correct to say how they really felt. They hid all of that stuff. They said it in the confines of their trailer homes. Now,
Trailer homes. So they're saying just some live results that so far Georgia, Trump is ahead, 13% of the vote is in right now for Georgia. South
God damn.
Carolina, Trump is ahead. They got 4% of the vote in. Florida, Trump is taking Florida, estimated 70% of the vote in right now for Florida.
Oh wow.
Carolina is Kamala, so she's taking Carolina and Virginia so far.
Yeah.
With Virginia has 15% of the vote in, and North Carolina has, let's see, it's 2% of the vote. So
Wow.
that's the real time update. Oh, and did I say Ohio?
No.
Ohio, President Trump is taking the lead with 4% of the vote in.
What's
Okay.
what's his percentage?
His percentage for Ohio is 56% versus Kamala's 42%.
Okay, it's not
Okay.
it's not
With
too huge
4%.
because that's a battleground state.
Right. Yeah.
That's
And then, of
interesting.
course, New Hampshire is blue right now. So, and I mean, that's always a blue state. So,
Yeah.
no
This is
surprises.
a tight race because at
Yeah.
this point we really don't know who. There's
And
no clear winner.
I gotta give it to the Harris campaign. I mean, for her to not have had a primary, replaced Biden. I mean, that was very scandalous. That whole Biden, I got some jokes I do on stage about it right now about senile ass Biden, and then having to flip their candidate. I mean, I don't think we've ever seen anything like that in our
Ever.
lifetime. And
Mm-mm.
then for her to have run such a tight race. And she did very well on the debate. I mean, I'm not a Kamala Harris fan at all, in the least, but I have to say she won that debate. And I think that
Yeah.
helped her a lot too.
Yeah. Well, it looks like
Yeah.
the Republicans are almost in control of the Senate. They're at 40 and they need 51. The Democrats have 29. So
Mhm.
they're 23 up for election. They already flipped West Virginia. So they need 11.
Yeah.
They've gained one. The House,
Yeah.
they need 218 for control. Republicans got 53. Democrats got 19. And then so far, for electoral college votes, Kamala Harris has 3, and Mr. Trump got 23. So this is definitely a tight race, and there's no clear winner right now.
Yeah, this is all interesting. You see, Biden released. It say he's watching the presidential election right now, talking about he still felt like he could have beat Trump.
Oh
Oh,
boy, you don't sit
he
your
took
ass
his
down.
nap. He took his nap this afternoon so he can stay up late with the rest of us.
I probably would have stayed home for that one. I'd have rolled my
Yeah,
name
I
in the
mean,
dollar
I
for
think,
that one.
yeah, I mean, it was something like we've never seen. It was unprecedented. But they literally were like, we will hold back all the money. You won't have
Right.
any money to run. Like his top donors were like, listen, nope, we'll just keep it.
Did
But
you
Yeah,
see
to
you
him
know,
like rubbing people's arms, and he was just doing some strains
did
because he
you
was
see
just
he
out
put
of
the
his
baby
mind.
on Halloween?
Yeah, I mean, they're out of
Yeah.
pocket for letting him go that far. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
really.
yeah, they should
But
have
my
they should have
question is,
pulled.
who's been running the country all these years? Because this shit ain't overnight. This motherfucker is over here, don't know what day or time it is. And then, we need to look at balancing the budget, because I'm sure that there was a lot of expenditures on those cans of Boost and Insure on Air Force One.
What? Not boost and insure. Girl, you is
He
crazy.
probably got the halls of the White House smelling like Bengay and disinfectant. His
Oh
old
my
lady.
God.
Yeah, I feel. I mean, I don't feel, because I don't agree with. I don't feel bad for him, but it's just looking at him. You know that's somebody's papa. Like, like this man should not.
Great
This
papa.
this yeah, this man should not be in any position, in any political
No.
position. He should be at home
Right. Trump
Here's the
too.
thing.
with his oxygen.
But the average age of all, many of our elected officials is, these people are over 60. I mean, look at Nancy Pelosi. She just stepped down and she's in her 80s. And I mean, I do agree with growing wiser as you grow older, but I mean, come on. Like, these people are, I think, out of touch with middle America when you're 80, damn near 90 years old, running the country and.
But that's
It's
that's the
time.
question though. If we can have limit on the president of the United States, why don't we have limit on the rest of the politicians? Why don't we have limits? Why don't we have term limits?
Well,
That
I mean, they go up for reelection. It's just that we don't, which is what I'm always talking about, is we don't show up to vote during those elections.
but they
Like
shouldn't
for the
even be
midterm.
if the president only has 2 terms, then they should have 2 terms as well. Why do
I
they
I,
have lifetime opportunities?
I agree, because the way they had Mitch McConnell up there, I'm like, man, come on now,
This is
y'all.
crazy.
You like it, and it should be, if you turn. I feel like 70, 75 at the latest, you should be forced out of there. Become a consultant at that
Yeah,
point
because
if you
Trump
still
is
want to
like
work.
78. Kamala just made 60.
Mitch McConnell had slaves. That's how old his
Yeah.
ass is.
I mean, that man looked like a deer in headlights. Like, why his eyes look like this all the time?
Yeah.
Like,
Man, they asking him questions. He like,
he be glitching. He literally started glitching. Like, they had to hit a wait a second. Like,
oh.
Mitch,
It's
snap
crazy.
out of it, Mitch.
Right.
But the media is a cold game. The media will let you see some stuff and then lie to you. Like they'll be
In your
like, "Oh, that's
face.
not what you
Well,
saw."
y'all, but President Obama signed that propaganda is not illegal. Like, he signed that while he was in office. So
What
propaganda
did he
is
sign?
that they did not outlaw propaganda. They're allowed to do propaganda. So that was
What does that mean? I don't
that
understand.
in the media and everything else, that propaganda is permissible. So they
Like
do not
like
have to be
Fox News
honest with
not
us.
like Fox News not actually being a real news station. It's it's entertainment, right? So it's not being real,
But
right?
have y'all all seen that video? And that's a creepy video where they show like all these reporters at different news stations in different parts of the country, and they all were literally saying the same thing.
Oh
Like, it was
yeah,
a
yeah,
script.
yep.
That's scary
That
to
was
me.
very
Well,
scary.
I think that, but I think, well, I mean, for one, I think that when you have like the National Enquirer, you remember all them little things we would see while we standing in line, the crazy stories. So I mean, if you mark it out and say it can't happen, that it is kind of an infringement on the First Amendment, because we see people with podcasts and news channels, they come out and they just say anything. But
Hmm.
I just feel like
Mhm.
we just have to keep journalism accountable for journalism. It's
Right,
really, unfortunately, the average American is not doing their research, but
right.
it is a market for it. So, I mean, I feel like that's a part of capitalism. Like, if you can create fake stories and blow up, it's just kind of like YOLO. We'll
Well, I
let you
mean,
do it.
have you guys ever watched the show Succession? Like I just binged it like some months ago, and I mean that's basically a show based on Rupert Murdoch and his kids and how they control the media, and they were in bed with the politicians and they could make stories and so I mean it was a real good take on seeing what goes on behind the scenes between the politicians and the news organizations and how they're in bed
Really?
together.
There's
Really?
a right now, because I feel like politicians shouldn't be in the stock market. Like, how you funding the same stock that you about to invest in? Like, what? Like,
No, I
you
mean
gonna like,
that's what happened right before before COVID. Before the lockdown happened and before COVID was identified, there was all this stock activity, and basically the Congress people were doing insider trading, and a lot of people were
yep,
talking about Pelosi and how she got like hundreds of $millions off of that shit. So they're all insider trading over there,
Agreed.
all
and
of them.
without repercussion.
So yeah, it's like having an inside on everything. You're funding, if I'm about to give a $3 billion contract to Lockheed Martin, then I'm gonna turn around and go, hey, go buy these stocks in Lockheed Martin. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So it's just that's what they all do. So
That's what
there
they
was
all
actually
do.
a bill on California's ballot that wants to make you have to disclose more information in stocks, and it makes it stricter on politicians in California to vote on to invest in certain stocks that they vote on.
Yeah,
So
I actually saw that somebody created an app that lets you follow senators, like Congress
yep,
people's stock portfolio and their stock market trends. So I
Interesting.
think
yep.
I need to invest in that app because it seems, the Congress people got the inside scoop. So let me see how
Right?
they're.
Well, Ray said he got wait, no, he said that Trump gave more to HBCUs than any other president. But what I just asked ChatGPT, and they said basically he President Obama advocated and Trump extended his $255 million annual funding for HBCUs. So the only thing that Trump did was he extended Obama's funding for his $255 million funding for HBCUs. So actually, that's not quite accurate. That's what you heard, but it doesn't look like it's quite accurate. A quick Google search or a quick Chat GPT search will let you know before you guys start spewing out your facts. You should probably research. Oh,
So
Chat Beeline, Shanklin. Okay, got it.
latest Trump has taken West Virginia. They said 5% of the voters in for West Virginia. I'm trying to see if there's anything got added since I reported. No, so West Virginia, and that's like a solid red. So it looks like that's not in jeopardy of changing.
Hmm.
So CNN has projected that one.
But they said that was that. Oh no, West Virginia was flipped, right? So it was blue
Was it?
last election.
Oh, it
Oh, was
was
it?
okay. Okay.
Mhm. That
I
was the
thought,
one.
or so. Oh, it was flipped. Okay.
I say.
He got 4 electoral college votes from there. Bernie Sanders wins re-election in Vermont.
Of course, he
And Bernie,
Bernie
ain't
been
he
here
like
for
80? Ain't he 80 something
Bernie's
too? Or
like definitely over
70?
Bernie.
100.
Listen,
He's definitely over
Bernie been
100.
here for 100 years for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give some young people a chance, but it's not gonna
Right.
be like that.
I agree,
Um,
because I feel like it doesn't reflect. I think the average American is like in their 40s or something like that. They're saying. I just feel like they're not. It's not reflective of the people. Like when you get in your 80s, and I don't know. I just feel like you need to go sit down somewhere.
You
Just go
really
there
sit
you
do.
down.
go. Well, just a reminder, everyone out there, thank you for tuning in. You are on the Fly Nubian Money Network here with the Queens. And for free financial tips, text Queens to 87948 or visit flynubianmoney.com. And you are here with our live election night coverage.
So the first 3 states called in. So there's 3 states that have called in their states. You have Kentucky and Indiana for Trump, and you have Vermont for Harris. And these really are typically historically states that these parties win. So there's no surprise to this.
Let's see what's going down.
So Mark, you said, why do you believe that some black men like Donald Trump? because of his brashness and bravado, but had issues with academic excellence, reserved demeanor, and refinement of Barack Obama. Why were black
Let me
men
see that.
so mad at Barack Obama, but they love Trump?
I
Well,
don't
you
think
know,
that's
it's
the
so
reason.
I just find it interesting because if you go back and because I don't remember all this stuff, but when we look at just say all the presidents since 1960, we can go down the list of things that the presidents have enacted that have gravely affected black people, right?
Hmm.
So even if we take the argument for, people that be Obama ain't done nothing, if you look at the history of how presidents have done black people historically, even if you take the argument that Obama got into office and did nothing, he did better than all his predecessors, which he didn't. But I just feel like people don't want to. When we look at the first black man in office to redesign 450 years of oppression, slavery, murder, rape, and a system that just is designed to currently kick us, and we put it all on the back of one person, and then we don't put the people in there to support him, the Senate, the Congress, your local people. I just feel like, man, I mean, come on, y'all. Like, it's
I
impossible.
I
So, but we
disagree.
don't talk about all the presidents before and all the horrible things that they did. So is it like, oh, we ain't voting another black man in office. Look at how y'all did Obama. Look at what Obama did. I
I
don't know.
disagree. We had the largest loss of black wealth in United States history in 2008 with the housing crash, and there wasn't anything correctively done to rectify that in the subsequent administrations. And that happened during his presidency, but they gave all that money to Goldman Sachs and all those banks. And then, Obama created, I don't want to exaggerate, but he created a very large amount of white millionaires. I think maybe the most of any president. So on one end, you have all these white families becoming millionaires, and you have the largest loss of black wealth in U.S. history during this man's administration.
But to your point, though, the housing crisis wasn't created by the policies that Obama enacted. That had been a long thing where they were putting people into loans that were not that was not legal, like, or not legal. It was legal, but it wasn't ethically correct. So you had a
But
large population
he
of
didn't do
people going
anything to
into like,
correct it.
yeah, but if you have 20, 30 years of history of people doing this, and then you inherit the administration where it crashes, how can you? It's like he's the fall guy.
But they still did something to protect the banks and save the banks. And
But you
that's
got to think about the entire picture and the entire infrastructure of how the United States is. This is a capitalistic system, and they had to do this in order for the entire economy not to fail. So they had to start with the structure of the banks, and then kind of hopefully, because they did have programs in place. They did have departments that they enacted in a lot of these banks that help people with their houses, so they wouldn't lose their houses. So they did do all of that. There were tons of programs to help people modify their loans, to help people get out of those bad loans. A lot of people, they had these negative amortization loans, which made them lose a lot of their equity.
but
That,
again,
that
it
happened
wasn't.
in those happened
No,
in
definitely.
2004
I
and
actually used to work.
2005,
I
and
used
then
to
he
work
became
in.
president in 2008. The year he became president is the year the market fell from the bottom. So he was working to try to fix all of that. And then now when he's in, now this is 8 years of Bush. Now he gets in, now he fixes the economy. Now the economy is bustling. Now you have Trump, who inherits a bustling economy, and then COVID happens. And so now we have the effects of COVID. Now we have inflation, we have high interest rates. Now they're blaming Biden for that, but that happened under
But my
Trump's
point
watch.
is that he did not do anything specifically for black people to help correct this issue. So yes, some those policies were set into place, but it happened during his presidency. You have the largest creation of white millionaires, families becoming millionaires under his presidency. A lot
We
of
had
that
that under
I
was
wouldn't
Trump.
say
related to
average
real estate.
American
COVID.
families. I wouldn't say average American families. I would say if you're talking
No,
about the
I
ones that became
said
millionaires,
white. I said white families, and so you
those
have
were
the largest
executives.
loss of black. No, white families, not executives, millionaires in the white population. And
How did average white families become millionaires over black families? What did he do?
I'm not sure. I don't know all that. All I know is that the statistic is that he had the largest amount of white millionaires happen under his presidency, as white families becoming millionaires. And
He
so,
also
my conjecture is that he did not, and he refused to make economic policies specifically for Black people, and it was direly needed, especially because we had the largest loss of Black wealth because of the housing crisis. I mean, for most Black people, most of our wealth is tied into our homes. And so you lose your home and you don't have a correction for that. And definitely he did policies that helped all Americans overall. Because I mean, I worked in loan modifications. So it definitely is something that helps keep people in their homes and things like that. But we needed something more specifically for us. We were on fire. Some people were having smoke in their house. Our houses were on fire and burning down, and we didn't get a water hose. So that's where my conjecture is.
So I'm not. So this is one thing I want to bring up too. We also have to look at. He also created. Black people gained a lot more healthcare than they ever had. We got to look at now. We look at healthcare kind of like you can get healthcare because the Affordable Healthcare Act. But many of my family members, I mean, I remember healthcare was a thing. People didn't go to the doctor because they didn't have healthcare. And then he created the student reform debt, which he got. So you got to look at for as specifically, even though it didn't say for Black people, but specifically when we look at Black women are the highest group of people that went to college, first year graduation out of their family, go to college, but they came out with the largest amount of debt. So when you look at how debt on a federal level was really killing, I mean, it was, I mean, just I'll take me for example. My student loan debt was going to be $1,000 a month before the student loan reform debt. So I was able to get into a program and buy a house because it wasn't affecting my credit. So I think but like I said, even if we want to go with the notion that he did nothing, I mean, it's still better than what all the predecessor presidents. If you look at the policies that they enacted that gravely, I mean, took Black men out of the homes, the crack epidemic, mass incarceration. I mean, we could go down the list of things that the presidents before him had done. Even if with that argument, if he did nothing, which he didn't, he still did better by us than all of them. I don't
Right.
know.
And
That's
and
just
when
You
you
preaching. You
go ahead.
preaching.
I don't agree. Lyndon Baines Johnson probably did more for Black people than any president. So you get me started because he
In what
signed
way?
us.
not.
And ladies, how y'all doing? Let me interject if I can so far on Obama. Uh, Obama is a special case, of course, because he's the first Black president. He couldn't do a lot of the things in the first term, of course, that he wanted to do, because if he did, he wouldn't have got reelected. So we got to understand that we got to kind of give him a pass. But when he got into his second term, I believe he should have did a whole lot more. He should have just blew up the system to me. And so he kind of disappointed me in that sense. But going back to the healthcare side of things, healthcare was very important. Obamacare is very important. You know why? Because of pre-existing conditions. And if we didn't have that clause, or if that clause wasn't in Obama healthcare plan, we would be in major poverty. Major poverty. Well, wouldn't be no houses, wouldn't be no extra money because the debt that we would get from going to the hospital or for emergency would bury us and kill us. So that is one of the main factors why I'm voting for Kamala, because Trump wants to get rid of Obamacare. And if
Okay.
he ever did that, a lot of people, families going to suffer and die. And I can't stand by and watch
He never
that.
did
Hold
get
on
rid
real
of
quick. Hold
it.
on
And
real quick. Let's
oh.
let's just do these projections. Harris wins Maryland. Trump wins Tennessee. These are CNN projections. Harris wins DC. Harris wins Massachusetts. Trump wins Alabama. Trump wins Oklahoma, and Trump wins Missouri. That's where we're at right now. Electoral College. Harris has 27. Trump has 90.
So I want to say that Trump has gone on record and said he is not ending the Affordable Care Act. Now I know they tried to do something during
Yeah,
his administration and it failed. And as the person who is a healthcare
right.
practitioner on this panel, I definitely agree that the pre-existing conditions is something that has been really beneficial for healthcare. But to be honest, the Affordable Care Act, it is quite expensive. And I don't think that I think it's definitely beneficial, but I don't think it's the optimal thing. You know, I'm more on board with what Hillary was trying to do, which was the universal health care, because at the end of the day, you're still making people buy health insurances from the people who make money from suppressing their health care and cutting corners on their health care. And then, you know, you have a lot of states that rejected the extra funding from the like Georgia is one of the states where they did reject some of the funding. So then you see the fall off from that because they made it where the states can decide if they want to take it or not. And then, you know, one of the major reasons for bankruptcy is medical debt. So I just think that it really ties into the fact that our healthcare is run on capitalism. But it doesn't change the fact that we have as Black Americans, we have such a high rate of infant mortality and morbidity and all these things. And those things are not related to access to healthcare so much as it's access to wealth. Those socioeconomic things are what affects our healthcare in a lot of ways.
We got a couple of more people who just joined us. I thought I saw Miss Athena.
She's
there she is.
Hey.
There's the goddess, and then Dr. B is on
Dr.
here.
Boris.
So now he's going. He about to spice up the conversation a little bit. So for we don't need
announce Big Mac too.
You said what?
Return of the Mac.
Yeah, I had to come back and represent for Kamala today.
What? A Black man for Kamala? That might be a rare occurrence, huh?
So we got Black women back over here. The Mac got Black women back over here.
Okay.
Oh, this situation anyway.
Just to give you guys an update, Trump wins Missouri. Trump wins Oklahoma. Where's it?
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Alabama.
Alabama.
Yeah, you don't get the red states. That's
Alabama, Massachusetts goes to Harris. DC goes to Harris. Maryland goes to Harris. So that means Angela also Brooks might have won too. And Trump wins your state of Florida.
Kamala is winning in Texas, y'all. Texas look like it might be turning blue. I'm
shocked. What's the percentage reporting?
If Texas turns blue, it's over.
It's really close though. She's at 51%. He's at 46%. With 11% of the vote in, but I can't believe Texas, it might be turning blue, y'all. That's my home state, the great state of Texas.
All right. What are
I guess Beyonce heat her girl out. Beyonce flew down there and helped her out.
Well, you know what's so interesting is Pete Buttigieg actually I thought he was gonna lose bad in Texas, but he gave him a run for the money. He didn't win, but yeah, he gave him a run for the money, and that was very progressive for Texas. Like I was like, oh, you know,
I thought Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah, because we came out and vote. If Black people vote, we'll take a lot. We'll take Texas easy.
Pete Buttigieg was in Indiana.
So
no, I would
took
say
Florida.
he's in Texas. Unless
I'm in a red state, so.
Oh, you said it's a different name. Pete, somebody else.
It looks like Kamala got North Carolina.
Pete is the
she was doing in North Carolina.
Secretary.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
she's leading in North Carolina for sure. And then and Josh Stein, a Democrat, totally got North Carolina for governor.
So far, Kamala has 27 to Trump's 90 for the Electoral College.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of red states reporting right now, so that's expected.
Because our polls are shut down at 7, honey. So they gonna count it up now.
Count it up.
Look, I'm calling it now. Kamala the one. I'm calling it early.
Ray 410. Ray 410.
I don't know, man.
So let's dispel this myth right here. Ray 410. She did not lock up over. Why do you guys keep saying that when they keep dispelling this false?
That's because they're not reading for themselves. That's all. They're not reading for themselves.
Is it that you're listening to sound bites? Is it that you just want to hear what you want to hear? Because this is not factual, sir. She did not lock up over 16,000 Black men when she was in the DA. I'm from the Bay Area. She did not lock up 16,000 Black men when she was the DA.
But this the thing is, and I had this discussion at the conference. If she did lock up 16,000 Black men, how did they get there? How did they get in front of her? She was a DA.
Right.
Did they commit a crime? If you commit a crime, I don't care what color you are. Go ahead.
What she did do when she was DA is that she deliberately withheld evidence to release,
Stop it.
deliberately did not release prisoners who had evidence exonerating them. There was a gentleman that they had to give him a $13 million check because that happened to him. And she also instituted the truancy policies that were, very devastating to the Black community. So she did some things. And I think she regrets some of this stuff that she did because
I got to read that for
She
myself.
also enacted the recidivism initiative, though, too, that helped job training programs that
Right.
allowed people that were wrong.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're gonna keep them in there longer, you might as well train them.
Yeah, but
if you're gonna commit the crime, you got to do the time
if your
too.
job is DA, I mean, that's what you do. I think it's more. I think she's served in all three levels of government, and how rare is that? Like, let's just, like, she's definitely qualified.
No,
But
but let's put this to bed though. Let's put this Kamala stuff to bed. She locking up Black people, locking them in. If you did the crime, if you did anything to go in front of her, you're at the mercy of the courts. The police arrested you, so that means they got evidence in a case against you. Then you go in front of the district attorney, and then if you go in front of the district attorney and you're found guilty, you're going to jail. I don't care who you are.
Well,
It don't matter what color you are.
It's not that cut and dry because I've been watching this Young Thug case.
It don't matter.
Has anybody been following this Young Thug case with this mess that's going on over here?
If I can stay clean, everybody can stay clean. So I mean, come on.
And we're really
what are we talking about here?
So we're seeing judicial misconduct in this Young Thug case that the judge, and he's a Black judge, he had to recuse himself because he was having he was allowing ex parte communications with the prosecution that the defense wasn't privy to. So it was so much stuff that they had to they were about to declare a mistrial last week, and that's how Young Thug is home now because of this mess that went on.
Yeah, but you can't take one special case.
His attorney is a beast.
Right, Brian Steele. I'm like, if my attorney is not Brian Steele, I don't want him. Okay,
like, lock me up
jail for his client. He was about to go to jail.
Yeah, he was.
Hi, Joe. How are you in the good old state of Texas?
Listen, I can see why.
What is your state doing right now? What's your state doing right now? You think it's gonna be red or blue?
I can see how it could flip, man. The boy Ted Cruz, he ran a terrible campaign down here.
Right.
And he just had a terrible.
In Texas.
Yeah, I'm in Texas.
Okay, my hometown.
He just ran a terrible lifetime. He's just a terrible example of a human. And I think that may hurt Trump down here because that man he's awful. He's awful. He embarrassed
himself. What up, Dr. B?
Dr. Boyce!
Dr. Boyce.
So hold on real quick, y'all. Let me just tell you. So Arizona, we're at 0%. Georgia says too close to call. Trump's at 56%. Harris is at 43%. Michigan, 72% for Harris, 25% for Trump. Nevada ain't in yet. North Carolina, 53% for Harris, 45% for Trump. Pennsylvania, 76%, because they said fuck around and find out. Arizona ain't in. Michigan, 73%. Oh no. So that's for president. And then everything else is Senate. So that's where we are right now. What are your thoughts?
I feel like my vote doesn't matter. My vote doesn't matter because everybody that I try to vote for in Florida, all the results coming. What did I vote for? But anyway, that's the point. I know you said you weren't voting for either Trump or Harris, so you left that spot blank.
You know what I did? I wrote in Cornel West, Dr. Melina Abdullah. I wrote that shit on the ballot. I said, you're not gonna force me into two stupid choices. No disrespect to the Kamala or Trump supporters, nothing like that. But I kind of feel like this is my view of kind of looking at it as the long game. The long game is most people would agree that this system is ridiculous. You know, they give you two options, McDonald's or Burger King. And then if you say McDonald's is unhealthy, they say, well, why do you love Burger King so much?
Dang, not even Chick-fil-A?
Right. It's crazy, right? You know, it doesn't make any sense. You know, all that shit will kill you. So my thing is, you know what? Maybe right now it might, make some people upset. But we're free Americans. And the fundamentals of America is that you should have the freedom to make the choice you want without persecution. So if somebody is harassing you because you made the choice that you want to make, That's wrong, man. That ain't right. You know, and I hear it, I get it. You know, people are like, oh, this is the last election you'll ever get a chance to vote in, the most important election of our lifetime. If you look down the track record, they say that every single election. Every election, somebody like, this is the most important election of your lifetime. You know, you'll never vote again. Democracy will be destroyed. And I feel like in 2028 they're gonna say the same shit. You know, and so in every election I vote for black people. That's it.
So how do we get to
Oh,
a
that's
how do we
right.
get away from a two-party system though? Because I mean it's just part of what we have, but how do we get away from a two-party system?
You know, I really don't know, because the problem is that they've let too much money into the system. Like money is a beast. You know, when you let that capitalism, it's like America to me, it's a capitalist democracy, right? So capitalism is the big brother, democracy is the little brother, and the big brother beats the little brother up and takes his lunch money every week. So you're not really in a democracy. You know, when people talk about democracy being stolen, I'm like, well, what democracy? Because there's not a lot of democracy when everybody's holding their nose and voting for a certain candidate because they're so afraid. They're trained to be afraid of the other candidate.
But Dr. Boyce,
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
but how do we get past that? Because unless we're coming together, and I believe you spoke on this at the conference, unless we coming together and getting into the game, getting our pack, raising the money so we could compete with everyone else. I mean, it's unfair, but that's just how the system is. So we got to get in and compete and push our black candidates up. That like your Cornell West, we got to get our money together and put it behind them. That's the only way we're going to get any attention in their game. So, what you think about that?
You know, I've heard people make that argument that, you know, forming like a black party where your goal isn't necessarily to run a candidate, it's to just pursue the issue, the campaign on the issue, rather than trying to necessarily get a person elected. Because the thing that concerns me about it is, you know, both these candidates, if I'm not mistaken, had to raise well over $1 billion to run for office, and I just don't really feel like that's the best use of money. I just don't. If we have $1 billion that we pull together, I'd rather use that to build a black-owned school system so we can educate our kids and get them out of these corrupt systems where the kids can't even read. You know, so when I heard about those the black folks that got together and raised all their money for Kamala, I thought that was nice. But I said, what happens there? That money it's almost like when Dr. Dre gave all that money to USC, and that was an amount of money. They probably spend that much money on toilet paper. You're not making a big difference in that school. But if he had given that money to a HBCU and concentrated that giving, it could be something transformative. Okay. Right?
Yeah, so totally agree.
That's what it comes down to is I'm not disagreeing on that having a PAC and all that is important. And maybe one day we'll have these billionaires and whatever that can do that type of stuff. But that's a big boy financial game to play. Right. And I just think that there's better uses for our money. My two cents.
But you know what? I will say to that, though, what it did show was that black people could come together and they could raise money. Like that was historic, right? So now if we could put our minds behind, like we could get one thing that we could put our minds behind and we could put our support behind, hopefully we can do it. But I think this was monumental in showing that as black people, as black women first, and then black men, and then you had the white women jumping on, and you had the Hispanic women and all of that. If we can get behind one common cause, we would be powerful.
Yeah, so we'll be moving as a collective, and with of course.
What I think is interesting is like when you look at like an APAC, we're generally caught in like a two political system, right? But they don't care. If you look at their donation across different sectors, they're donating on a local level, on a state level, to Democrat and Republican. All they're saying is push our agenda. So I think from a political standpoint, you know, if we were going to change the trajectory of like getting a black goals and black agendas done, and we were going to do it politically, it can't be with one party anyways. I mean, we just need to have money to pay everybody on every different level. They're not just getting involved at the presidential level. They're in all these small town elections. They're at every level. So they have a PAC that literally just pushes their agenda. They don't really care what you are. Democratic, Republican.
That's true.
Everybody got mad at Ice Cube for contract with Black America for talking to the Trump campaign in the last election. When he was smart about what he did, as far as he said it was bipartisan. He wanted to meet with both parties, you know, during the Biden-Trump election.
He did. Yeah. I think dealing with both parties is if you look at APAC as a good example, and their influence is undeniable. they deal with both parties, and every single senator, I don't think there's a single senator who goes against AIPAC or against Israel, because they're like, no, if you go against us, we're going to use our money to get you removed from office, right? And that's how the game is played, and I think that for us, we're kind of used to playing at that voter level. And unfortunately, I hate to have to say this, but that's not really where the power game is played, because unfortunately, I think that voters in America are kind of used as pawns for power. We're arguing over stuff like LGBT rights, or or pro-life, pro-choice stuff, which is important. These are important social issues, but I don't think Elon Musk is spending tens of millions of dollars on the election because he's thinking about social issues.
Right.
I think for him, it's also about getting those multi-billion-dollar contracts and getting that government money, and that's real. So really, the mistake to me is at the highest level, when they let all that money get into politics, and that's what really killed your democracy, in my opinion.
Yep.
So it's too much
And it's
corruption.
the same thing about BlackRock. BlackRock is given to both sides too. They're giving. So really, at the end of the day, the corporations are who's going to be the winner in this election.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the corporations always win. The studies show that that not just corporations win, but really wealth wins. And let me explain. The Asian community does not vote that much.
Right.
They ain't out here. They ain't out here doing booties to the polls and strolls to the polls and all this other stuff. They ain't doing none of that. Kung fu to the polls, whatever.
Wait, did you say kung fu to the polls?
Yeah, right. They're not doing none of that, right? They're not giving away free Chinese food to people. What they're doing, actually, the studies show is they focus more so just on family values. Like they save their money. They value education at a very high level. They start a lot of businesses. They do a lot of group economics. And as a result, they have the highest income and the highest wealth in America. And so, go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
They have the lowest voting rate of any racial group. So the highest wealth and the lowest voting rate.
Yeah, they're insulated because they practice collective economics. If Black people could get that through their heads, then we would be totally insulated as well. But we let these outside forces come in and tell us, dictate what we need to do, and that's the problem that we have.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting fact for sure. But I also, at ABNT, the thing that just struck me when he said our dollar circulated for 6 hours, I was like, wait a minute, that's crazy.
You didn't watch my
Like, that's a little crazy. But I also think that, Asians and, like I said, my mother is Indian. So like, it is like they do have businesses and stuff just very early on teaching you get a business. But I also feel like they're not dealing with a system that was designed to literally destroy everything that they created either.
Right.
Like their road to get to the wealth is a lot easier than ours. And so I feel like ours is a systematic level of oppression that no other race or culture has ever dealt with, in addition to all the, in addition to us only circulating our Black dollar 6 hours, compared to like the 30 days or the 27 days that other cultures doing in. So, I mean, I feel like America, like the system, even when we do, get in a position where we are connected and we're doing something, they'll create a policy that, somehow stifles it or stops it. So I feel like it is systematically important to also be in tune with what is happening in government, because Asians don't have that. They're not creating laws that harm them and, lock their people up. And I mean, it's crazy how the system is designed to affect Black people.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think that we're uniquely positioned in terms of just what we've gone through and where we stand in American politics. One thing that always really just pissed me off is how they'll just grab any person that's not white and say, oh, here's a Black person. Everybody rally around that person. And I think that's inauthentic, because there's, all Blackness ain't quite the same. There's not a Black enough conversation. Doesn't mean somebody's not Black enough, but it's like if I move to Jamaica and they grab me, my African-American ass, and said to Jamaican people, like, well, he's Black, he's Jamaican, or he's just like you, they would say, no, he's not. We have things in common, but
Dr. B, the Republicans be getting. I'm sorry.
Boys.
Wait,
we about the one love over here. We about the one love. So
you know what? I don't. Well, I wouldn't agree with that. Because I'm not. I don't know the history. I don't have the connection, the deep lineage. Right. I think that they have a fear of Black people that are descendants of slaves. If you
Dr.
look
B,
at most high profile, high level black people from Barack Obama to Kamala to the judge, all these very qualified people. But you notice Karen Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, none of these individuals are African Americans who are married to other African Americans who are descendants of slavery. And I think that there's a reason for that. Because they know we got a bone to pick with their ass.
but wait, listen. When you look at the black people that the Republicans choose to be their mouthpiece for black, look at Herschel. Look at the people that they choose. Oh my!
Everybody started looking like Uncle Ruckus and
But even with that going on, they still have black ancestry, and the theory is that they might get us there and get hit by that ancestral spirit and feeling guilty, like, ooh, let me help some black people. You know, in the middle of the night, they see the ghost of slavery pass and decide to help some black people. Dr. Layla Africa said in Hidden Colors, he said, we need all the black people, even the coons, even the ones that's certified with papers. We need all of us. We're not going to be able to make it. Let's get everybody.
I want to ask you something because, you know, they call me Tether every week. So I got to ask. Why do you?
That was, wait. That was something that I just learned when I've been on Fly Nubian.
Yes, they call me Tether. I know ADOS FBA be coming for me every week. So explain to the Tether. Why do you think they do not want someone who is African American descendant of slaves in those positions? Why it's always immigrant black people that they pick?
Because they're not going to push the issue on reparations. That's the biggest part. And also,
I would love for all of us to get reparations.
You ain't getting
here's the thing. First off, I want to apologize for the ignorant people that come after you, Athena. That I don't agree with that. I think that is it's silly. All right, I love my FBA folks. I love Tariq and all that, but I just think we have to be careful in a nuanced conversation. You know, we are part of the diaspora. We got to respect that. But also, it's like if I got friends that are not related to me, they are my friends, but they're not my relatives, right? You are in my circle of friends, but you're not my family. You're not my mother, my sister, my brother, none of those things, right? So there's just a difference there. It doesn't mean you're not valuable. It just means there's a difference. So in America, there is a 400-year-old beef between Black Americans and the establishments and institutions that have made trillions of dollars off of our labor and never compensated us and also treated us like shit in the meantime. So that has to be dealt with. That can't be swept under the rug. And what tends to occur is they're not real interested in talking to people who are going to bring up that issue. Like they would, like you'll never see you would never see me and Alicia. Me and Alicia probably have more qualifications than damn near anybody running for anything, right? But you won't see people like us in those halls of power because they know that we are rooted in the Black family. You know, she's from Gary, Indiana. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. We go back to grandma's house and we see all the suffering happening in the Black community. Or you go to the south side of Chicago or west side and you see kids getting shot every week. You're going to bring it up, you know, but then there's like this elite class of Black people that just are like, yeah, we all just got to vote blue no matter who. And we're not even going to talk about what's happening with kids in the school system. We're not going to talk about the people getting killed. We're not going to talk about the things that people are really pissed off about. Like, you know, so I just kind of think that there's just a fear, right? And I think that we have to remember that there's so with Kamala, I've never had anything against Kamala. I think Kamala's super qualified, hardworking lady. I have a lot of respect for her in every way. I respect my friends that are voting for my sisters in AKA, and I completely understand why people are rushing to the polls to support her. But when you start saying, well, we got to do X, Y, Z because she's a Black woman, I say, no. I'm married to a Black woman. I know what a Black woman looks like. Kamala, I would not be married to a Kamala Harris because Kamala would choose Dougie over somebody like me. And and that does matter. I think if Barack Obama had said, well, I could have married a Black woman, but I got Becky over here. You know, she's just.
Yeah, he would have got my vote.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, I would have looked at him a little differently.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I think the thing too is as far as, you know, it is ingrained in our community. We have a legacy of social responsibility as a group of people. You know, as Black American people from the Civil Rights Movement before that, it is ingrained in us like, oh, people acting like y'all making us look bad. You're making other Black people look bad in the media or whatever. And it just comes from that church upbringing, that civil rights struggle, all of that. And you have a lot of specifically African immigrants. Lupita Nyong'o said this. She said she didn't consider herself Black. She didn't know she was Black until she came to America. They're, very much into tribalism. I'm Yoruba, I'm Igbo. They get into it, but they can't even intermarry with other tribes. So there isn't this, one good thing that came out of slavery is that tribalism got eliminated in slavery, and we had to become one Black people. And so we get that over here in America. We get it. And I think a lot of the diaspora does not get it.
Did y'all know that Robinhood is offering these contracts you could buy on who's going to win the election? Anybody else see that?
I heard about it. I didn't see it.
What I gotta do?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's eligible for everybody, but I think it is. Yeah, they have these Kamala contracts and these Trump contracts you can buy. And it's crazy because, okay, here's how it works, right? Let's say that the Kamala contract costs 36 cents, which it does. I'm looking at it right now. If Kamala wins, you turn your 36 cents into $1. I think that's a hell of a deal.
That's not bad.
Okay,
that's a great deal.
So how is it traded? Like, is this some type of trading? What is this?
Well, you just go in, right, and you have to get them to approve you for. It's basically like a stock option.
Yeah,
you got to get approval for it. Like I'm looking at this, and I'm shocked.
So what is Trump price?
Here we go. I see it.
The Trump contract costs 66 cents.
Yeah,
so they're predicting that he's gonna win.
I'm about ready to buy me some more Kamala contracts.
I'm about to do that right now too.
Yeah.
Did you look at the card? What the cards say? Who winning? What did the cards say? Did you look at the card?
That's the weird thing. I think that what they base the odds on, not so much what the actual odds are on somebody winning, but they base it on who's buying the most contracts, right? So if a lot of people are buying Trump contracts, the Trump contract will go up in price, and people think of that as a prediction, but it's not an accurate prediction. I think it's more like a 50-50. I don't think it's 36 cents on Kamala is crazy. I bought Kamala contracts, not because I told you I didn't vote for either one, but to me, that's a low cost contract. Like I think it's more like a 50-50 chance. In fact, I kind of believe Kamala is going to win. I don't know. Who do y'all think is going to win?
I done called it already, Doc. Kamala gonna win.
Oh yeah, okay.
I already called the race.
I don't know. Did you look at the cards? Did you predict with the cards who gonna win?
No, but what I did, all my psychic spiritual people, everybody that's pulled said that Kamala was gonna win. But on a mundane side, there was somebody that Chris Como interviewed, and he's gotten for the past 40 years, he's gotten all the election predictions right. Like he predicted Trump when nobody thought Trump was going to win, and he predicted Kamala. So that's kind of settling with me. This man's never got an election wrong in 40 years, and he's like,
Kamala.
I think women gonna turn out though. Women gonna push Kamala over. I mean,
how I do this?
That's what I'm looking at.
Well, what you do is you just click on it. It's like when you find the little icon, like it's right there at the top.
Let me get my contract right now.
It has an image of Kamala and an image of Trump, and it says 37 cents on Kamala, 67 cents.
That ain't bad.
I saw that, but I can't find it anymore.
I'm opening my Robinhood right now.
It's right on the front page of my Robinhood account.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
So Dr. Charm, when it comes to Kamala, I saw the devil and the lovers card.
Oh, you got your tarot out?
Yes, I did. But when I did Trump, I saw the magician.
Don't make me get my cards out. I will go get my cards.
I was like, I saw the devil come up. I was like, oh Lord, I don't know if this is gonna go. I don't know.
You need to reshuffle them cards.
I'm trying to do it.
Well, you need to reshuffle them cards.
But I was like, this inconclusive because usually there's like a clear winner because that's what I used to do for the Super Bowl, and I won some money.
Okay, you would get that money.
I've been winning some money with the Super Bowl, but I was like, this is the most inconclusive reading.
Okay,
ever.
let's get back to the polls. Okay, where we at? So, where are we at?
Trump won South Carolina.
Polls are closing in Arkansas. Trump wins Arkansas.
And Trump wins Arkansas.
Trump wins South Carolina. Anybody surprised?
No, red states.
Yeah. So now we're at 105. Trump got and 27 electoral college votes. Kamala has. And then now we're at 32 in the Senate. So we need 50 for majority in the Senate. 32 Democrats, 42 Republicans, one flip, which was West Virginia, went from blue to red. And then the House, we need 218 to win. 50 Republicans have 53. Democrats have 27. And before you guys comment, I just want to let you know that you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you to maximize your money. And we come live every day, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. And if you want to get notifications when we go live, text the word Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS at 87948. So what y'all think about the latest developments on where we at? Trump got 25% of the black male vote in Georgia. Is that right?
Yeah, West Virginia, that's your mansion, right? That's always kind of been red though, right? Like
it's red, but last election it was blue. Well, in terms of the Senate,
yeah,
but they flipped it.
Ain't Joe Manchin a senator in West Virginia? Am I mistaken when I say that? I feel
So
like he's
all right, so why do the blue states take a long time to report numbers? Because it seems like all the red states are
they West?
Like the blue states are taking so long to like.
Are you getting nervous?
What? I mean, it might, because I see, like, if I'm looking at the live numbers, it says like Trump numbers are so high. So I was like, why are the blue states taking too? I don't know, y'all.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I told
But the
y'all,
polls just closed. The polls are closing in some of those, depending on the time zone that they coming in from. Those polls are closing right now, so we won't hear anything like California till later on.
Yeah, I got nervous because I made the mistake of watching that Civil War movie. I don't know if, before the gentleman got on. I don't know if any of y'all saw that Civil War movie. It was basically like this dystopian future where this Trump-like figure, and they were in a civil war and a militia and all this kind of stuff. So I watched that mess. I said, "Oh Lord, I'm concerned about the violence." That they sending out things about Gwinnett County and watch out for the Klan. And
is it gonna be the purge tonight? Is it gonna be the purge? White folks gonna be
purge election year.
I think
whole downtown Palm Beach blocked off, honey. So if Trump don't win, I don't know.
Like I say, like I told a friend earlier today, we crazy too.
Okay,
we crazy too.
I got a question. Anybody can take it. I don't know, Constance, if you could show everybody's name, because I don't want to get nobody's name wrong.
So you have Vanessa right here. There you go.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So I'll start with Vanessa. So, what do you think in terms of the candidates addressing issues that matter to the Black community? Like, do you feel like the candidates have, because we had that big rush where everybody was talking about Black men, but it's mostly on the Democratic Party side. Like, do you feel that they're doing a good job of kind of talking about the things that we care about, or what do you think?
I feel like neither party is really addressing the things that like matter. I feel like Kamala's party tried to last minute put some stuff together. One of the biggest things that I feel like was affecting the Black community is home ownership and creating wealth through real estate. So I feel like the barriers for a lot of Black people to get into homes and build equity through ownership is, there's a barrier there. So I feel like that's one of the most important things. I feel like most of our issues are economic. So I think those are the policies that we need to be focused on, followed by systematic issues like mass incarceration. I was just sharing that in California, we have something on our measurements right now that says they want to end, forced labor in prisons. And so basically trying to pay the prisoners, and perhaps they can send money back to their families, right? To kind of help out if they have kids or a wife or whatever. And that'll be an income coming in if they're paying them, I don't know, $10 an hour or whatever, but 25 cents an hour is not enough to do anything. So I think that followed by better economic policies, we need a systematic reform in our system. So those are my two issues. And I feel like one candidate tried to jump on it last minute with creating some economic policies and saying they're going to help with home ownership and, providing.
There was COINTELPRO. Getting too intelligent. You didn't sound like Cardi B.
That's the Russian.
Stop talking, Black.
Get her out of here.
Smart. Get her up out of here. We got to shut her down.
So okay, so Joe, I want to ask you, man, what did you think about all this stuff when black men were suddenly like front and center in the conversation when everybody was talking about? I've never seen Big Mac. Either one of y'all could, have y'all ever seen a time where black men where we were talked about that much? It was almost weird to get that
No,
much
it was
attention
definitely
all of a
weird.
sudden. How do you feel about that?
It was definitely weird, and I kind of looked at it like as a slight insult to my intelligence a little bit. When I sit back and think about like what the status quo was or what was acceptable, like pre-Obama, pre-Trump, I feel like people are trying to still run those same plays right now, and everybody didn't scoped it out, right? So now it's like, okay, we have to audible just a little bit. So now we're going to try to direct our attention towards black men and whatever their interests are, and at the same time we're going to blame them for this thing if we don't win it. So yeah, so I looked at it like it was an insult to my intelligence, and I don't really see it being effective because I think that most people learn a lot more about this country in the Obama years and the Trump years than they actually knew prior to that. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like the way that Trump manipulated the government. If you don't take a government class or whatever the class is called when you're in high school. I wasn't of that, but whatever it is that teaches you about government, civics, my bad. So if you don't take a civics class and if you did take a civics class and you watched the way Trump manipulated the government, you're like, damn, I didn't know you could do all of that. I didn't realize that because then you go back and look at like, well, why come everybody keeps telling us we couldn't do nothing? Well, it seemed like Trump was doing whatever the hell he wanted to do, regardless of who was in Congress. Everything his people wanted. I mean,
because he was being presidential, and Trump doesn't know anything about being presidential.
But yeah, right. But if you look at his effectiveness for the people that support him, he was effective. Like you can't, I'm not a Trump supporter, but if I was, I'd be like, well, this dude got it done for me. He got judges in, he got all kinds of things that were important to those people. You can't deny that. Whatever
if
he did,
Obama would have did that stuff, Obama was treading on like on thin water. You got to think about it. People got up in the House and said, "I want you to fail. I'm not doing anything that you say." They did everything they could to stop this man.
Constance, you're talking logic, though. You're talking logic. I'm talking perception, right? What you're saying, and I'm saying, is somebody who doesn't study these things, who's not hyper aware of all the things that are going on. They look at that like, well, Trump did all these things. Why can't Obama? So yeah, you can speak logic to me because I understand what you're saying. I know what you mean.
But
we know a person is smart, but people are dumb.
And I look at things a little bit different so far as that goes. Them trying to cater to us now, which is needed. So we are actually being recognized. But also, I got to put accountability on black men too, Dr. Boris, because we need to stand up and come to the forefront. We need to be pushing our agenda. We need to be speaking on our behalf. We need to be yelling from the highest mountain. So, and you can't name one black individual, one black man prominent that has the voice to speak his mind and get praise and accolades for that. So that's why we can't hide behind our women anymore. The women been holding it down. I'm gonna give love to our black women. They really been holding politics down at the federal, the local, the state level for decades. Ever since during the civil rights movement, men, yes, we were leading up the charge. We was at the forefront. We was the one they came and talked to. Everybody came in and got our opinion, but now it just seems like we don't disappear. We don't, and I can understand it also because we're not being heard. But now it's time to take charge. And since they gave us this little recognition, even though they're trying to take advantage of it in some shape, form, or fashion, we need to now take this movement and push it. And we need to come to the forefront and set the standard. That's how I see it.
Let me ask you this, Big Mac. Though,
yes, sir.
You feel like because what you're saying is because that we see now with Kamala running that how difficult it is to galvanize everybody behind her, that black women have had to be holding it down that way because the mass majority don't see them as the threat that they really are. Because like, well, if we get one in front, you know what I mean, they're not gonna support her anyway. But if we get what looks to be like a strong black man out there then we in trouble.
Yeah,
Right.
really
I
quick,
mean,
really quick. Hold on one second. Let me just tell you. So I don't know if you guys know that there was a bomb threat by Russia earlier, but
yeah, I
now,
heard that.
yeah. So now voting services building in Pennsylvania being searched by dogs after a bomb threat.
Oh my
Like it's
God.
really crazy out here.
Yeah, they did it in Georgia earlier. They say Russian. They have a
Russia,
governor
yeah,
in Georgia talking about it. Yeah.
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I'm gonna say, man. I think when you talk about black men not having our agenda, I completely hear that. I think as men, there's a lot we got to do better for sure. But the thing that drives me crazy is that there are black men out here that have been speaking a very clear message for 20 or 30 years about a black agenda. It's not as if we've never had the Dr. Claude Andersons out here, the Louis Farrakhan's, and a lot of men that were real clear about a black agenda. They could sit down and put together a beautiful black agenda in seconds. I sat with Minister Farrakhan 10 years ago in a room full of economists for 12 hours, laying out a very specific and detailed plan on black economics. So these plans are being done. But what happens when a Farrakhan or any black man who is not a pre-approved Negro is speaking, right? Look at where, I'm just seriously, look at where Kamala went when she wanted to talk to black men. She talked to goofballs like Ricky Smiley. She talked to
All the
she
smoke.
went to all the smoke podcasts to talk to some basketball players. They're good at basketball, but they're not good at politics.
Charlemagne.
She went to Charlemagne the God, who, by the way, not to disrespect him, Charlemagne, I like him, I know him.
Yeah.
That interview he did with Joe Biden, when Joe Biden lost the gasket. I don't talk about it much, but
Where he said, if you ain't black, if you don't vote for me.
yeah, when he said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Yeah, you
Well,
ain't black.
part of that happened because right before the interview, Charlemagne did text me and say, what questions do you think I should ask him? And so what happened was he was smart enough to say, okay, I'm going to take some really tough questions and I'm going to funnel that through entertainment.
Right.
And that's what happened. That's what caused him to blow. The question that when Charlemagne started asking the questions I sent him, that's what caused Biden to be like, what the hell? This is not what I'm used
It's not
to.
entertainment.
Right. I'm used to
Oh,
black
it
people
was on you, Dr. Boys. You the one did that.
I was behind the scenes with that. Yes, I did. I don't talk about it much because it's not important, but I was really happy that Charlemagne did that. The problem though for Charlemagne though is we know who's paying those bills at the Breakfast Club. The Democrat, the politicians in general, but mostly the Democratic Party, they make it rain financially on those media outlets. Like there's so much money coming in that you can't. Charlemagne can only do so much. He can't be out here really speaking the kind of truth that really needs to be spoken. But he's okay. He's not bad. But but there are better people. And then you had Club Shay Shay. I don't think Club Shay Shay is a venue that is going to be reflective of everything that black men might have to say. So there are black men out here that are real clear, and there are people who see that. When Ice Cube did his thing, the most intelligent thing Ice Cube did was he called black scholars. He said, I'm a rapper. I got a big platform, but I know I don't know this. This is not my lane. I just want to help. I want to be the lineman, the offensive lineman. I want to clear the path so that y'all can run through the end zone, whatever, right? And so if you look at his contract with Black America, a very specific plan, he cites and references all these scholars that helped him put together the plan. That's what impressed me. I read it. I didn't know I knew Ice Cube could rap, but I didn't know what he understood. I read that plan. I said, this is scholarly work. This is good. And so when we talked about it, and I was right there with Cube. We were talking a lot at that time, and the shenanigans that they did, the amount of tap dancing they did to avoid intelligent ideas from the black community would make you want to vomit. It was that terrible. It was so bad to the point where I was like, fuck these people. Fuck your politics. I see what you're doing. You're running a big ass plantation. And I'm not with none of that. So they are manipulating us. They are using us. They take us for granted. They literally said something real stupid to him. Like he said, yeah, man, they told me, well, we don't want to talk about it now. We'll talk to you after the election.
Right.
And we both laughed because we know, well, you have no leverage after the election. You strike while the iron's hot. So what I respected about Cube's approach, and I'm gonna stop talking about it, but it makes it. I'm still angry about it. What I respected was all he did something the Democrats are not used to seeing from black men. He negotiated with them like a man.
Exactly.
He was very rational. He said, "I'm not commit." He repeatedly said, "I'm not committed to either party. I just want what's best for the community." And Negroes lost their damn mind.
And the way black people turned their backs on that man who was
And
trying to
that's what I was just about to say. Where was his backup? Where was his
Yeah, there were a
backup?
lot of shields, the Democratic shields that turned on him too. And I just think it's reprehensible because I mean, you know, he was talking about Dr. and he was name dropping Dr. Anderson. I mean, he was really serious about it. And then immediately after the election, like Biden campaign did not meet with him. And then after the election, that's when that tape got leaked where Biden said all that mess about white people going to be the minority in a room full of black people on that where they were on that conference call. And somebody leaked what he said, and it was so racist. That was right after the election, you know. And it's kind of like, oh, you Negroes just need to be grateful to have some type of semblance of you got a high chair at the table. You don't have a real seat, but you know,
I realize that we are not a monolith, and
Right.
the thing about it, I think, in our community, and I'm glad that we can have these disruptive conversations, right, to break up the monotony of things, because they do try to make us think alike. And so it's good, Dr. B. Sometimes, a lot of times, I don't be agreeing with what you be saying, but it's good to have these disruptive conversations and to make us think outside the box.
But
I remember when I was when Cube did the contract with Black American. I was in Cabo at this very expensive mansion with all of these elite Black folks, and we were having dinner on a rock in the water somewhere, and everybody was talking about what a travesty it was for Cube to be doing what he did because he wasn't on code. And when I tell you, I cursed out everybody at that table, called them self-hating Negroes.
Go Constance.
And the person I was with, he was like, "Well, damn, you act like you dating Cube or something." And I'm like, "Nah, these." And so he had to get up and walk me away. Like, he was like, "What's wrong?" But it's that talk that we have as Black people. Is like, if we aren't all on this code and somebody says something different, then we all have to, you know, we got to crucify him. And I think that's what happened last election. And that's what happens. I mean, I'm sure to you, Dr. B, when you talk about the things you talk about, and then you have people like D.L. Hughley coming and attacking you, and Roland Martin, because you're not saying the same things that they're saying. We don't have to attack each other because we think differently.
Well, let's just be clear. I mean, DL and Roland are being compensated. You know, that's what it is. That's what we got to just know the difference.
So
there.
do they get paid directly, or they just come on their platforms and give them money that way?
I think I speculate.
Advertising.
I speculate that there is some money involved, right? You know, because Roland does run a media platform that, you know, and they pay. Remember, all those billions of dollars they raised to run for president. What's that being spent on? It's being given to media outlets for advertising, right? So this is a money grab for a lot of elite gatekeepers, you know, that pretty much get credit for basically hurting Black people in a certain direction. That's what you know. It's like a political boss. Al Sharpton's been one for a long time. He gets his leverage and power and access by saying, I can deliver this many Black people for you. And if you don't deliver, then they say, well, we have no use for you. It's kind of like that. And this happens all around the world. There's African countries like that. If you go to Nigeria, Nigeria has as much oil more oil than most Saudi Arabian countries, if not all, or sorry, all the countries near Saudi Arabia, right? So why do they have so much poverty? Well, because you got these elite folks that are collecting money to let them go dig in the ground and take all the country's resources and not compensate the people. So the same thing it happens with the Black community. So as long as we have this mindset that says we're supposed to do as we're told and we're not supposed to question anything, the community at large is never going to move forward. You're just going to always have this pocket of radical people that just say, I'm not doing it no more. I'm not participating because this does not make logical sense. But you have so many individuals. You remember, think about it. D.L. Hughley was up on that stage at the Democratic National Convention, right? That's a type of access and privilege that I'm sure makes him very, very happy. So when he called me and cussed me out because of the things I said about him, I didn't even argue. I didn't even say a word.
Oh, he called you?
But,
I thought that was just online.
Oh no!
He sent me first. He sent me some really nasty Facebook, Instagram messages, and then we got on the phone, and it wasn't just I don't agree with you. It was more like, fuck you. I'm gonna kick your ass. You don't know who I am. You don't know who I know. I can come get you. That type of shit, right? And of course, I'm just laughing because I'm like, you're an old man, and I can whoop your ass very easily. But keep talking. I just listened. I was like, wow, I should record this so people can hear how.
But he sounded
ridiculous you are.
crazy. He sounded like a crazy person.
He did.
Like
It made me
all
worry.
this.
I really, when I heard that, I worried about his mental health. I really did. I said, is he okay? I didn't say a single word because a mutual friend that brought us together, and I just sat there and I said, this is really surprising to hear him speak this way, and it's really reflective of just how insane they make us. Like, they create a civil war in our community, and they don't care if you ain't talking to your cousin no more. They don't care if you divorce your wife over politics or your kids hate you now. They just will do anything they can to manipulate us into doing what they need us to do. And I think that at the very least, whatever your position is, I just tell people, just don't argue with your own damn relative over who they vote for. That is their right.
That's crazy. Yeah.
It's really simple. It's your right to vote for who you want to vote for. So why am I going to deny 30 years of you being in my life and us supporting each other over a damn election? I don't think that is logical at all.
Yeah.
And then this is the issue too in the Black community. In what other community do you have entertainers being elevated to the level of a political scholar? And Malcolm talked about this. Comedian D.L. Hughley doesn't even have a high school education. Charlemagne the guy had to go to night school. Dr. Boyce is a doctor. So it's not equivalent. I mean, at least I'll give it to Roland. Roland, is his degree and everything. But what other community is this allowed to happen but our community?
So are we not cool with Ice Cube doing it then? Because he's an entertainer, and we looked at him kind of like.
But Ice Cube was different because Ice Cube did go to scholars to lay out his position. He understood his role. Like, Ice Cube was like, I'm an entertainer. I don't even do this. He said that. He said, look, I'm too busy usually to be involved with politics, but because the pandemic happened, I had some free time, and I looked over and realized nothing was getting done. So he was just lending his power in his platform. He wasn't coming in trying to drive the car. He said, I could buy the car, though, and y'all can get in it and drive it. But there's a difference there.
But I will say this, and I'm going to drop off after this. We still have to play the game, no matter what. It's just the cards we dealt. That's just the rules. So we still have to play the game until we able to position ourselves to really, take a hold of the game and turn it the way that we want to turn it. Because I have friends that are lobbyists, and they don't take anything personal. And they told me, never take politics personal, because at the end of the day, they all about money. They all have some level of crookedness in them, and they all out for themselves pretty much. So knowing that and knowing how they work, you just have to play the game and get in and get what you can while you can. So that's why I believe I don't care who wins. I could get along with either one of them, and I could talk with them and infiltrate their camp and their organization and help my people for however I need to. I've done it before on lower level, but you can't take politics seriously, because the same politicians that say they hate one another, don't like one another, they're going to restaurants and eating and dining out and making plans how to get money and swing each other money. That's the game at the end of the day.
Well, let me ask you this, Dr. B, because I see you talking a lot about the Democratic Party on your platform. I see you making fun of Kamala all the time. You say a lot. You ask what she's doing for Black people. I don't hear the same rhetoric about Donald Trump on your platform or about the Republican Party.
Well, the first thing I'll say in response to that, if you go to my Instagram right now, which is Dr. Boyce Finance, you'll see that I actually have some comedic stuff up here with Trump. I think that there was like a video of him and Rudy Giuliani, or Giuliani was dressed in drag, and Trump goes up to him and like puts his face in between his breasts and kind of motorboats. It was real weird. It was like 20 years ago. And then there's another video of the little kid who's like imitating Trump. And he's like, this Halloween, we're going to get all the candy. We're going to have more candy than ever. It's going to be the big, so there is some stuff in there in Trump, just to, be fair to this. But I will agree with you 100% that I tend to talk about the Democratic Party more than the Republican Party. And let me tell you why. The Democrats owe us because we keep them in power. Mm-hmm. We don't keep the Republicans in power. If we were, voting 80% Republican in every election, then yes, I would absolutely be talking about the Republicans more, because I believe that if somebody owes you money, you talk to the person who owes you money, not to the person who didn't loan them anything, right? So I'm not saying the Republicans don't have an obligation to lead and support everyone in the country when they take power, But if I work 40 hours a week at your factory and you don't pay me, and I come to you and I say, well, hey, you didn't pay me. Like, what's going on? And you say, well, why are you talking about me? You should be talking about the guy down the street. But the guy down the street I did not work for him. I work for you. Black people don't work for the Republicans like that. We work for the Democrats. So in my view, they owe us a massive, massive debt. And it's not, it's a popular, actually, a lot of people feel this way because if you really focus on how people feel, you'll notice that the millions of black people who either are not voting Democrat or are now voting Republican, if you ask them, well, who did you vote for in 2008 and 2012? They're going to say Obama. But they got their hearts broken because there is a policy within the Democratic Party that the black community is owed nothing, that they are a bunch of suckers that will sit there and take whatever crap we feed them. And there's just a fundamental disrespect. Right. And so this is what people are rebelling against. They're like, no more. This is not going to happen anymore. So maybe, who knows, maybe in this election, I don't know if they're going to win or not. If they lose, hopefully they'll be smart enough to say, okay, everything that we did where we were acting like we suddenly love black men, maybe next time we'll start a year early. Right. So that we have a track record. Right. We don't look like the guy who's showing up and being nice to you because he wants something. I need something right now, or I heard you got your welfare check. Like they can say, look, we have a track record of being connected to the black community, and so now we're asking you to support us like we've supported you. Just a simple idea of reciprocity.
Dr. P. Dr.
Totally
B.
agree.
So I appreciate that because I know that most people don't know that. So what they think is because you are calling people. What's up, Dr. Alicia?
Hey,
Because
Hi,
you
Dr. Alicia.
are asking for accountability, they think you're automatically a Trump supporter, and you've never said that you're a Trump supporter. But it also, but because you do call accountability to the Democratic Party, then people will think that you're a Trump supporter, and they will follow what they think that you're doing because they think you are a Trump supporter, and then they will vote for Trump because they think that you are. So I know that you're not. I know what you're doing, but a lot of people don't know what you're doing, and they automatically think because you hold Democrats accountable that you're automatically a Trump supporter.
Yeah, I get it. I understand, and I refuse to accept that label because what I'm being is a free American who has the right to do whatever the hell I want. And you're not going to. I don't think anybody should be trapped by the propaganda. The propaganda is, if you don't give us your vote, because we know you're black and you owe us your vote. If you don't give us your vote, then we're going to call you out of your name. We're going to call you a Republican or a Trump supporter. They did that to Cube a lot. Cube literally repeatedly said over and over again, he's not going to vote Republican. But the propaganda went to the highest levels. SNL did a whole skit where they had him wearing a Trump hat. And he said, I would never wear that hat. Right. So this is how propaganda works. And this is what bullying looks like. When people talk about voter suppression, I feel like voter suppression doesn't just happen with Republicans trying to stop us from voting. I think it also happens with the Democrats forcing us into a choice that we're not comfortable with, or people ostracizing you because you're exercising your rights. Just like, when I hear feminists say my body, my choice, it's my ballot, my choice. You're not going to talk me out of that.
Hey, Doc, a quick question.
Has been benign neglect. That's their policy towards black people, is benign neglect. And they can package it up any way they please, but that is the unwritten law. And this scramble to all of a sudden now we have a little policy for black men. But remember when we broke it down on the show, ladies, when we opened the document, it was like black men and others. It was like 3 times black men and others. What, 3 weeks before the election? Like, come on.
Quick question, Doc. Have you ever tried to talk with anyone in the White House with any administration recently?
Not recently. The last time I talked to anybody in the White House was when Obama first got elected. I was really enthusiastic about it. I humbly submit that actually I remember predicting that he was going to rise before it really happened. I saw him and he's so articulate. And I said, man, if black people knew what this guy was bringing to the table, I think they would really support him. Because at that time, Hillary Clinton was the big fish. And then Oprah endorsed Obama. And I said, if this continues, watch out. This guy's really good. And so I believed him. I got excited when he got elected. He had a beautiful family and he's such a sharp guy. I became disillusioned because after he got elected, I used to write for AOL Black Voices. And what they do is they have like this black section of their press division. Like apparently they don't just have the main press secretary. They have other people that are responsible for different segments of media. So they had one black dude who was responsible for reaching out to all the black influencers and stuff. Right. So he would reach out to me. And I thought, oh, this is great. This is, so now that you've gotten all these black votes and you got all this power, you want to hear what the community wants. And I talk to black people every day. I can give you some ideas. And I really thought it was going to be like that, but that wasn't the conversation they wanted to have. It wasn't, I thought the conversation was going to go that way, like upstream, but really it was a downstream conversation. It was, here's what we need you to tell black people to do. We need you to, the president and the White House have decided to do this. We need you to go out and tell black people to do it. And I'm like, why would they do that? You know, like they would come to me with
Did
just.
it make sense though?
Right.
What they asked you to do?
No,
Make sense?
no. A lot of it did not make sense.
What were they asking you to do?
At one point, it was supporting Elena Kagan for the Supreme Court. Elena Kagan is a Jewish woman. She's Jewish. She's a woman. She's from Harvard, and I really suspect that she might be gay. Right. So she checks a lot of those boxes. Right.
Yeah.
But what I remember saying to them is I said, no, Obama, we've never had an African-American woman on the Supreme Court. We still have not had an African-American woman on the Supreme Court.
Right.
I said, Obama promised Dorothy Height before she died that he was going to put a black woman on the Supreme Court. Why is this not a black woman? And with Elena Kagan, what a lot of black journalists had found out was that she had this really racist hiring record. She'd hired all the years she was at Harvard. For 6 years, she was the dean. She hired 32 people. 30 of them were white males. One was a white female. The other one was an Asian person. She did not hire one black person, not one Latino person, not one Native American person the entire time. I said, the KKK couldn't have a hiring record worse than this. Why are you asking me to support a racist? And I just told him, no, like, fuck off. Like, this is bullshit. This is stupid. And so, as you can imagine, there weren't any more conversations after that.
Yeah.
But that's what it is.
What about Eric Holder?
I think Eric Holder, he was cool. Like, I don't have anything against these people. I don't. I understand it. It's like you're in this position where your ability to do certain things is somewhat limited, but I don't think they're honest about that. I think that, and to some extent, it's not all Obama's fault. I feel like we put that on him. We made him into the black Jesus, right? And he just received it. And politicians have a good way of making you think that they are in alignment with your vision of how they're going to use their power when really they're not. And so I don't put it all on Obama. I don't dislike the man, but it didn't take me long to say, okay, this ain't it. This ain't gonna, so generally I can't lie about my experience. And there's more experiences I had, just.
Was it all negative though? Or was it all?
It wasn't all negative. If you'd like, babe, if you want to get on the mic, you can go.
Get on.
She keeps talking. She's talking to the backseat.
Let me give you guys an update on where we are. So Trump wins North Dakota, Trump wins South Dakota, Texas, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona.
Wait, Trump won
Michigan and Wisconsin?
Texas. I'm sorry, Trump won Michigan, Texas, but polls closed in battleground states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona, but he won North Dakota and South Dakota.
I'm
gonna drop off and go watch the rest of the results. Y'all have a great discussion.
I'm gonna drop off too. Thanks for the conversation, but yeah, we should all be doing what Cube did. Y'all have a good night.
All right, see you later, sis.
So we're at 154 electoral college
for
Trump and 30 for Harris. So I'm getting a little nervous.
You said Michigan?
No. I didn't mean Michigan. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Polls closed in Michigan. I'm sorry, Wisconsin and Arizona. So
Arizona,
right now we're looking at Wyoming. We're looking at North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, and West Virginia for Trump.
Listen, the AKA is gonna be upset if Kamala don't take this home. A lot of Jamaicans gonna be upset. My parents in Jamaica right now. Vacationing, honey.
They've been strolling.
Indians too, right? Because she Indian.
Oh yeah, I actually went to an Indian party on Halloween, and I was asking them, I'm like, hey, what was that? It was like a Bollywood Indian party, and I was like, hey, how did you feel about getting a vote for Kamala? And he was like, I never thought I'd be voting for somebody East Indian, one of the party goer attenders. So it's interesting, identity politics are very strong in this country, and so she gets to check out.
If people are irritated with Kamala, I'm being corrected. Kamala, because of the fact that she's a woman, or like the questionable blackness? Like what is like more of a hurdle you think, Dr. Boyce?
I think it's both. I think that we do have a country that won't accept a woman as president the way that we should. I think that she's definitely qualified. If I were in alignment with her politics, I would definitely support her.
You're
I
not in, is there anything that you do support? I mean, in terms of what she's talked about, is there anything?
you need to
because,
go. Babe,
because you'll come to me and you'll say, "Oh, I did a video about Kamala," and I say, "Okay, don't tell me it was negative," and you'd be like, "She did this, and I hate this," and I'm like, "Well, could you do a video about maybe student loan forgiveness, how that could help Black people?" That's my challenge to you.
I appreciate it. Now do your challenge over there in your microphone. Step away, ma'am.
Of my
Step
voice.
away. Step away. Right. That's right. Eat the cake, anime. All right. So I would say that with Kamala, it's more so. I do think that being a woman and a woman of color is I don't call her so much a Black woman. I just can't. I don't feel that way. But being a woman of color, I think that those are obstacles against her 100%. I guess the question would be, if Kamala were a man, let's say she were an African American man, how would I feel different? I still wouldn't support her because I'm not in alignment with the Democratic Party anymore. I think that they just kind of went too far to the left, and it's not comfortable for me anymore. And I think it's okay to say that. I also think that overall, though, I think as a country, we do have some work to do in terms of respecting the leadership abilities of women. And so if Kamala does win, I'm not going to be mad about it, because number one, I think Black wealth is not correlated with who's in the White House. We were broke under Republicans. We're going to be broke under Democrats. The people that are doing well, that are making good decisions, are going to do better. The Asians kind of show that, right? It's what you do, not what they do. But then also, I think she will represent the country better. I think Trump is a narcissist. He's a prick. He kind of just says, he gets up there and just rambles on, and he doesn't listen to it.
He doesn't have a cohesive word. This man talks about my white skin. It's my white skin so beautiful. He imitates fellatio, and like he's just up there just doing and saying just anything. And the fact that this man at this moment in history has 154 electoral college votes, 160 is scary as shit.
Yeah, it is. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I cut you off.
Vince Washington in the chat said he just wanted to let you know, Dr. Boyce, that he wrote you in as president and Dr. George C. Frazier as vice president.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll say that I think it's
y'all would be assassinated immediately. But get the reparations in before y'all go.
I know, right? I know. Absolutely. I don't want that job. But I think it's kind of like, I think in a way it's an easy argument to basically say you should support my candidate because the other candidate is an unbelievably crazy, ignorant choice, right? Because people don't have good options. So a lot of most Trump supporters, I find that I know, they're not really voting for Trump. They're just voting against the Democrats. And most Democrats, if you ask them, well, is this who you'd really pick if you could really have a president that you wanted? They wouldn't. They're not necessarily in love with Kamala Harris. They just find Trump to be appalling and disgusting, which he, pretty much is. So I just think that that's the problem. Trump, and so if you ask me like what I like about Kamala, I would say I like the fact that she's presidential. I like having a smart person representing the country. She's going to be polite at all the international gatherings. But then what do I like about Trump? Well, I think we can't call all masculinity toxic. We got to the point where anytime a man shows up and does things that men kind of do, we're like, oh, that's toxic. That's bad. I want somebody. Sometimes you need somebody that's going to have them balls to go in there and just be, like the guy sitting there, or the person, the woman, man, or male or female sitting next to Vladimir Putin has to be as much of an asshole as Vladimir Putin, right? No, but not to say Kamala can't do it though, right? Because she was a prosecutor and she's very tough also, right? So I don't hate her, but I think also in terms of policy, I really need to understand what happened with the border. You know, how do we get all these illegal people in Chicago moving into black neighborhoods? What the hell? And why are they getting more money than us? I think that is a legitimate point that's being ignored by the elite, because the elite are not living in those neighborhoods in these major cities where this is happening. I think that is not just disrespectful to black people, but it's a national security issue, and it's going to affect us at some point, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm just watching this. You know, I'm into these. I'm doing Tom Clancy, Jack Ryan, and I'm watching the Civil War. I've been on a military kick, and one plot point for one of these shows I've been watching is that they had to do an ops because there were some Al Qaeda people that got snuck in to Texas on the Mexican border. And I'm watching this Lioness show with Zoe Saldana, and they're like CIA operatives, and they had to go do this exercise and things. But it was a real thing because of these open borders, that these people think, oh, it's just the Venezuelans and the Mexicans, but you got people coming in from Afghanistan, you got people coming in from Iraq, and this is a real threat to national security, that you know that these things could happen because these folks were not vetted properly.
Yeah, you can't. America's not a country that can leave its back door open. We've done some terrible things. Like we're kind of like the gangbanger in the neighborhood that's killed a bunch of people's relatives. And so we got a whole lot of enemies out here, like children that grow up that remember 20 years ago when we bombed a daycare in Afghanistan, you know, and they spent their whole life thinking, how am I going to get revenge on these people? I want them to experience the same pain that I felt when my whole family got killed. I personally think that that's going to eventually affect us. I think that those chickens will come home to roost, and it's going to come back in a terrible way. And I think that they're having a wide open border. In fact, if you Bloomberg wrote a really deep article where they explained that in Chicago, a lot of the murders that are happening in Chicago are directly connected to drug cartels that are illegally coming across the border. You know, the Sinaloa cartel and El Chapo and all that shit. Like that's coming through Chicago. Like Chicago's seeing that in real time because we're a distribution hub for drugs. And I would just like for these conversations to be had instead of us just being like, oh, it's no big deal. No, don't ignore that stuff.
Well, you know, and then everybody's in an uproar right now in Chicago about Brandon Johnson. He's basically said he's going to raise the taxes. He's proposing to raise taxes, and that's directly because there's like a $30 million budget shortfall, and so this is related to them giving all that money to the migrants.
Yeah, actually, I thought it was more like $1 billion or something.
Yeah,
like just in Chicago's, you know, similar
30
to
billion, yes.
Yeah, it's similar to a lot of cities, you know, and I think it's just kind of like, are we really trying to solve real problems? One thing that neither candidates really mentioned at all. And actually, I know you and I, Dr. Charm, are talking a lot, but I'd love to get the other lady's opinion on this. But the national deficit is like growing like crazy. The debt is massive, and the deficit is really big. And when they looked at Kamala and Trump's economic plans, both of them were going to increase the deficit. And now, actually, Kamala isn't going to increase the deficit as much as Trump's, though, because Trump wants to have all these tariffs, right? And he thinks that that's good, but actually, the economists all say that that's bad. I wonder why we're not talking about the economic future of the country. What do y'all think?
Listen, I did that post today, Dr. Boyce. I know you saw it. I said, regardless who is in that seat, that all of us need to hop on entrepreneurship and get our things together, because that is the only power that we have. I talked about this earlier on the show, that I was like conflicted with my vote, because on one side, you know, for morality purposes, I want to vote this way, but the other side, I was like, maybe if I'm looking at the money, you know, maybe I need to vote this way. So that was a conflict I had up until I actually had to vote. I do think Kamala's plan, while it's well-intentioned, there's always going to be a negative aspect or side to certain things economically, like what she wants to do as far as like housing and rent and all these tax credits that are going to happen. I just feel like with the inflation that we already have, this might make things worse, because what are we going to do? Just print off more money to fund these things and like increase our dollar value? Like, where is this money going to come from? Right. And the people who we should be taxing, somehow the taxes never really make it to them. So it's like it's what I see for America, and I've talked about this before, is I just feel like America is going through what I call like a life cycle of a country. Like when you look at like certain countries, eventually inflation and the costs and resources get scarce. What ends up happening is you end up, multi-generational living. You end up, the cost of housing. People have roommates, stuff like that. We see that in Europe. We see that in South America. We see that in the Caribbean. So I just feel like eventually America is shifting that way to where even in some of the housing development plans, like I know down here, Lennar, they're building new homes with like addendums, like attachments to the main house for like elderly parents to live with you or kids to come back home from college to live with you. So I feel like now is like a pivotal time in America to where, okay, America for this long time was this brand new world country. Anyone can come make it and all that, the American dream. And now I feel like we're heading more to like the mature America reality. The reality is that most people won't be able to afford college because I don't know. Someone told me their child college tuition was like $70,000. I was like, who pays $70,000 to just go to school? Like I was just like, I remember my grad program was $90,000 for like almost the 2 years, but I was like, I got a scholarship for that because I was so just the reality that we're faced, unless you are in elite tax bracket and you have a business, these are shifts that are going to be made. Now, what I also think, and I'm going to wrap myself up quickly, is the mentality and mindset of a average American with that rugged individualism that is prominent here. It's going to be a tough shift for most Americans to make. Now, I will say immigrants and people who Europe or people who live in other countries where this is the norm might have an easier time. But when you're used to being able, I graduate 18, get a job, get my own place, do all these things, and now we're seeing that is going to be less likely moving forward. I think that's causing a lot of the civil unrest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that if you look at the stats in America, let's see, what is it? Student loan debts at an all-time high, car loan debts at an all-time high, mortgage loan debts at an all-time high, credit card debts at an all-time high, and then wages are not going up to keep up with the inflation and everything else. And so everything you said is 100% correct, Athena. I mean, it's one of these things where I don't really see how the system can be changed. I don't know how to fix that. I don't have the resources, but I think it's like you better learn how to play the economic game a little bit different. If you're trying to save yourself, like just little basic things like investing for your kids. If you buy them just a little bit of stock when they're young and do that consistently, instead of buying them like Christmas presents and football practice and all that, like as you're paying for that stuff, buy them stock to go with it. Like the same amount of money you spend on BS, put the same amount of money in the stock market on their behalf and put it more on the family's behalf, right? And then that wealth, you give it 20 years, then your kid has plenty of wealth. That means they don't have to go to work if they don't want to. They're going to be financially secure. And financial security means a lot more than just the money part. It affects your mental health, right? I see every time I'll turn on TikTok and I'll see all these Gen Zers that are literally in tears because they can't pay the bills. There was one girl who was like 21. She said, I hate being an adult. I hate it. I want to be a kid again because she could not afford to live. So we got to give if we yanked every kid out of school and just had them like study for the school of life, like really prepare for the game of life and have somebody teach them how life works, how to pay for stuff, what it's like to run a family, all that would be better for them than whatever they're not learning in the public school system, in my opinion. You got to get your kids ready. These kids ain't ready. This economy's changing.
Kids ain't ready.
Let's go to the polls. Harris wins Illinois, Rhode Island. I think Harris wins Delaware. And I think Trump won Mississippi and Wyoming. We know North Dakota, South Dakota. But really quick, let me show you the map.
Trump wins Louisiana as well.
Yeah, he won Louisiana as well. So let me just show you.
He won Louisiana. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean he's winning those other states. I want to show you what the map looks like right now. So you see all the red states. So they've already those polls are closed. Okay, so it's like whoa. We look at this and we're like, okay, Trump has 154. Harris has 53. Now, keep in mind, take a snapshot of this. Okay. Now let's look at 2020 because I want to show you what it looked like
Yeah, the comparisons are interesting as to what the states
in
are doing.
2020. So, I mean, it's pretty much going to be the same states, right? Do we see anything that's different on here? Except for Georgia was a blue state. Didn't Trump take Georgia this time? Or no, it's still no. We're
It's
still
looking
out.
like he's going to take Georgia. It's looking like it.
It's looking like it. But this is pretty much indicative of what we see right now. So none of these blue states are in. And let's see. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois. Yeah, she just got.
Illinois is always blue. Yeah.
Yeah, but Texas is no, he ended up winning Texas because
he did.
Yeah, they were saying that she was gonna take Texas, but
Georgia is pretty close, you guys, because it's like he's at 52%, she's at 46%, but they have 73% of the votes in at this point for Georgia.
Interesting. And last election, Georgia was blue.
And that was the first time Georgia turned blue in 30 years. Was 2020.
So it's interesting how things are shaking out. And so, it makes you a little nervous because you're like, but I mean, this is indicative of how people vote anyway. Pretty much, we're seeing that people just really vote along party lines. They're not really voting for policy. It's more about party. And I mentioned that George Washington said, be very careful of having a two-party system because people will vote party over nation. They will vote party over country. They will not look at the best interest of the country. They'll look at the best interest of the party, regardless of if it's going to destroy the country or not. And so that's, I think, where we are right now is people are more concerned with party than they are country.
I think another issue is that lower voter turnout. Like I helped a friend in Chicago, in Cook County in Chicago, run for judge. She just ran for judge in the spring, and they really dealt with a lot of issues with low voter turnout, and it's been trending that way at the polls. And so you always have an issue when you only have a smaller percentage of the population that is actually voting versus who are eligible to vote.
That's a great point. Yeah, I think, it's interesting when you talk about voter turnout. I personally am conflicted in terms of whether or not I want to continue to legitimize an illegitimate system. There is political science theory out there that says that abstaining from voting is actually a way to vote. When you abstain, you're voting. You're saying, I'm not going to legitimize, what you're doing here. And it's almost like I remember one time, it's really hard. It's really weird talking to Dame Dash because he does all the talking and he kind of tries to push you into a corner, right? And I don't do well with that. I don't respond well to that. And so one time we were just talking, having a friendly conversation online, and he kind of reduced the conversation to like two options, either A or B. And I was like, I'm not letting you do that. Like, no, I'm not answering that question because you're not allowing me to have the conversation we need to have. You're reducing this to a yes or no. This is a common tactic they use in interviews. They'll just sort of push you into a corner and have you sort of be forced to say yes or no.
Like a lawyer.
And if you see what they're doing, the best answer is to say, I'm not answering. I'm not participating because the whole framework, the whole setup is bad. Right. And so I kind of feel like that's what happens in politics. Dr. Anderson says, I think he said that we are allowed to vote. We're allowed to make choices, but not decisions. And so we make choices. Yeah. So somebody else makes the decision of who they're going to put in front of us, McDonald's or Burger King, Coke or Pepsi. And then we get to make a choice. And we really think we're in a democracy. And we're just not. That's not democratic. That's oppression sort of disguised as the illusion of choice. And so, I personally think it's everybody's right to do what they feel comfortable with. I think local elections matter far more. And I think that's where we need the civics class because there are a lot of little local battles that are much more impactful on your life than the broader presidential battle. And then also there are spaces where you do have a lot of power and a lot of control. You know, if you make decisions in your family, in your household, our house ain't no democracy. Our house is a dictatorship. Me and my wife are the king and the queen. We make all the decisions. Everything's top down. You know, and that's how it goes. And so I think focusing on that is probably a better use of energy than worrying about this national election.
But you know, Dr. B, when you say to abstain, you know, when I think back to seeing pictures of my Black people, family being hung from trees because they voted. It's our duty, I believe, because too many of our people have died. Now, you don't have to vote for the president. You can vote in your local politics. But I think that, you know, the sacrifices that our forefathers and our foremothers made, absolutely vote. You don't have to vote for the people that you don't want to vote for, but go out and exercise that, because our people have sacrificed. And I love Black people too much to let them down and let their deaths go in vain to not vote.
That part.
Hey.
Hey, Jade.
Lioness Queen.
Jade.
Lioness
y'all.
Queen.
Peace.
Jay, Miss Lioness Crown is on the show. What's up?
Thank you. Can y'all hear me? Can I be heard?
Yes.
You heard it sing, looking wonderful.
Oh, thank you. Likewise, Dr. Charm. Hey, Athena. Oh my gosh, Dr. Voice. And of course, Constance, my sister. Listen, I just logged in to do a check. I just want to do a wellness check. Is everyone okay? Is everyone okay? Do I need to?
No, Jay, we were a little nervous because the votes coming in, but you know, once Constance put that map up, I was like, okay, I can relax a little bit.
All right, so I wanted to do a wellness check, and then also I have not been plugged in or tapped in much. I'm on the West Coast. Shout out to the West Coast.
West Coast, West Coast.
Yeah, and so polls are starting. They haven't even closed here yet, right?
No, Tiara just voted 10 minutes ago.
Okay, got you. Yep. So the polls are open for another hour and a half, so it's just way too soon to call. I would suspect that we could have a repeat of like what we dealt with Bush, when it took like a week to sort of confirm those results. My only concern is if that happens. Yeah, I know, right? If that happens this time, people are not in an emotional or mental space to wait. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But then also I've been like actually working, because I know that whoever wins the presidency, these Black issues that we have in schools and in society, we still need to work on them. And I have not allowed myself, I'm very proud of myself, I want to dust my shoulder off. I have not allowed myself to become distracted with my emotions around this election. I've really been out in the field doing work. So y'all can also fill me in. I'm here to learn and listen, but I haven't been paying attention much because I've literally been trying to do what Black kids need for us to do today, tomorrow, and next week.
Jade, I have a question. So when the Black men were, you know, upset, and Harris was like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do to rally the Black men, because you know they were perturbed. Do you think that was just, you know, a nothing burger, like you know, just I'm gonna promise you guys these things, but you think that her campaign has no probability of even like coming through in anything for like Black men or Black agenda?
Well, I believe that it got to a point where she could not ignore or continue to ignore Black men. Absolutely. It got so bad, and so much pressure was put on the Democratic Party where they could no longer say that, oh, y'all are just bots, y'all are just trolls, y'all are just misogynistic and toxic masculinity, and this is just a fringe group. She had to make some sort of statement. But to answer your question, based off of what I think and feel, I mean, I'm not a part of that campaign. I think that it was just political fluff. Quite frankly, she needed to make a statement and say something that could appeal to Black men, so and that others. And others, right? So that they wouldn't be left out of the conversation. Whether I believe or have faith in terms of whether VP Harris and her administration would potentially act on any of those campaign promises, no, absolutely not. I don't think that campaign will act on any promises made to Black folks. any more than I believe that the Trump campaign will act on anything that would benefit Black folks. I didn't vote for either one of those.
Okay, let me update y'all real quick. So there was a hoax bomb threat made in several battleground states. Now I'm going to ask you in a minute after I tell you this. Why do you think? Who do you think is making these bomb threats? Why do you think that it's so important for these bomb threats to happen? Why are they burning ballot boxes? Why are they trying to stop people from voting? And who is behind this? Are these Trump supporters? But Harris won New York. So that's where we are. And so the electoral college votes are at, where are we at? 168 Trump, 62 Harris. And then the Senate, 34 seats for the Democrats, 44 for the House. They need 50. And then for the, that's the Senate. And then for the House, 105 for the Republicans and 69 for the Democrats. But about all these bomb threats and, them burning up the ballot boxes and making threats to the people out there. And then I don't know if you guys saw where they said there was a credible threat to Black women from now until inauguration that they were saying, and Black women needed to watch their backs. Why do you think it's such a big deal for where all these people were, they're trying to stop the votes? What's the problem?
I have no idea. I just, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I get tired of like all these dog whistle announcements where it's like the threat of violence. I mean, at some point, show me something that really happens. Like everybody, seriously, I mean, I hear so many people talking about how dangerous the Trump supporters are. They're all going to come kill us and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay, show me where a Trump supporter, went to a Black neighborhood and just killed 300 people. I just want to, I mean, I'm not that I'd want to see that, but I'm like, show me something. Like, stop telling, it's almost like we talk about what might happen, what's going to happen, what could happen, what somebody threatened to do. Well, show me where somebody did something. I just think it's all a little bit of a distraction designed to keep us afraid. I don't know if everyone else feels that way, but I don't respond well to fear. But when you show me something that really happens, like for example, even during the pandemic, when I saw real people die from the virus, I said, okay, this is very real. But then I also looked at the percentage of people that were dying, and I said, okay, it's a threat, but it doesn't mean everybody's going to die, and I can still live my life, and I'll probably survive. It didn't mean I was guaranteed, right? It doesn't mean I had a problem with other people's way of reacting to it. But when it got real oppressive to the point where people were forcing their view onto me and to others, that was really awkward. That was very uncomfortable for me. I didn't feel like I had a choice anymore. I felt like I was living under like a really fascist kind of regime. When they took down they took down my social media. I had 680,000 Instagram followers. They just took my whole account down. And it was only because I was exploring all ideas instead of just believing whatever the hell you tell me to do. So again, this goes back to that point when people talk about democracy being stolen. I think it was already stolen. I think that during the pandemic, there was very little democracy happening during the pandemic for sure.
Anybody else? What's the problem? Because if they're always talking about our vote doesn't count anyway, well, what's the big deal? Why are they trying so hard to either block Black people from voting, challenge the voting, challenge the validity of the people who are voting? What's the big deal? Why are they doing this?
I mean, but they always try to block Black voting. I mean, so that's just par for the course. I would be shocked when they don't try to block Black voting.
True. Yeah. Well, what's interesting. What's interesting to me though is it's a mixed bag, because you've got, on one hand, you've got people that are really working to get Black people to vote, right? Running voter drives and all this other stuff to make sure we get out there, booties to the polls, souls to the polls, all this stuff. And then on the other hand, you got those people that are like, no, let's keep those Negroes out of the ballot, away from the ballot box. And I just find that like back and forth really interesting. And it's almost like I see it as like, okay, you really want me to vote as long as I do what you want me to do when I get there. If I was going to do something if I was going to do what I wanted to do or something that was different from what you told me to do, you really don't want me there. And here's the other thing that's interesting. Melina Abdullah in Cornell West Those are the only two politicians I wanted to talk to. I didn't really want to. The Kennedy guy reached out. I told him no thanks. I wasn't interested.
Sorry, Doc. Just fun fact: I took my mom to her eye appointment, minding my own business. Went to Outback Steakhouse. Who do I see? Oh, RFK Jr. We had a conversation. That was like my third time meeting him, but I just wanted to name that. That was literally a couple days ago. But yeah, I didn't really have much to say about politics when I met him. If vaccine stuff, yes, all day long, but it was interesting. But yeah, I'm with you on the Dr. West and Dr. Abdullah train.
Well, what threw me off was when they were honestly talking about how they legally got on the ballot in certain states, and the Democratic Party would sue them for just to drain their resources, right? Just to make sure that Black people don't have any choice other than the one that they want us to take. That to me is corruption. I don't like that.
And they just show such blatant disrespect for Black people. I am still flabbergasted with the Cardi B, with the Glorilla. Glorilla had to bleep out about the entire performance. Megan Thee Stallion, and what got me about Megan, and I just watched her documentary, which was very touching on Amazon Prime, was that this woman has a bachelor's degree in healthcare administration. I mean, Kamala Harris, one of the big things she's talking about is the access to healthcare. She's, piggybacking off of Obamacare. Megan Thee Stallion could have got up and gave a speech about healthcare in the Black community when she was, but no, she was up there like lazy twerking, and it's just a lack of respect that's shown for us. It's so egregious, and we've just been relegated to them thinking that that's all we care about is who's going to twerk the best. And it's really disrespectful.
Yeah, it's almost like they look at our community as a community full of children, people with low intelligence, very little discipline, and just this ratchet behavior. And it's really difficult to be the kind of Black person who's trying to switch out of that generational curse, right? Or who's trying to help Black folks grow up. And it becomes a battle where you got to fight against not just the racist white people who are compensating Black people to act like ignorant individuals, but you're also fighting other Black people who are addicted to the ignorance, who think that you're being uppity because you are a Black woman who isn't going to lead ass first, or think that you're square if you're a Black man who actually does care about the Black family or wants to be intelligent, right? And it's a hard battle. I had to fight that battle my whole life. A lot of the Black men I grew up with did not have good lives. I'm talking about drugs, alcohol, incarceration, not taking care of your kids, all these stereotypes. And so when I was sort of like, I don't want your life. I don't want to be where you at. I got a lot of resistance, like almost like you're acting white or something's wrong with you. Or like if I wanted to go study, because I almost pledged a Q in college. I was going to be a Q. And the Q's on my Q? I was going to be a Q because my
I could see that. I could see Doc being a Q or a Sigma.
Is that what they do? I don't even know which one I don't remember what the.
Don't do it.
I got my purple on. I respect the Qs. Much love for the Qs, but Lord, the guys on that campus, at that time, the stuff they were doing was so just directly self-destructive. I said, y'all gonna get locked up. Y'all gonna catch AIDS. Like they had done some. I'm talking about they had done some like straight up sex trafficking on that campus. I kid you not. And I was like, I don't want to be a part of none of this. Like, what's wrong with y'all? And I would get made fun of because I was the guy that wanted to go to the library at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night, and it made me sad.
That's you as an alpha, maybe a kappa, but Q. That's
not a Q. One of my friends went to, because I went to FAMU, and I went to the Q Dog house. I used to go to all the alpha parties. Went to Q Dog house once, and it was so ratchet in there. I never went back. And one of my friends went, and she said somebody licked her leg at the Q at the Q Dog party. And my daughter's father's a Q, so I'm not ragging on Omega Psi Phi.
Oh,
but y'all
Lord, your daughter father was a Q.
If y'all don't mind.
I just kind of feel. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Please go ahead. I cut you off.
I was going to gracefully try to change the subject. If that's okay.
No, I think
Right
I'd like to know your opinion about the subject, though, Jay. Why did you? What made you think you wanted? What made you want to change it?
Well, I wanted to change it because I know folks know all of the Divine Nine, and I'm also very mindful. You know, as I am, Dr. Voice has coached me pretty well. You know, in business you know, I'm a consultant. I'm a media consultant. I'm very mindful of just one little clip about anything that could offend anybody, which is people are bound to do that anyway, right? But
Uh-oh. Her audio went out.
That was the Q Dogs that did that.
Yep, they did. Oh, Intel Pro. That's what that was.
I'm done. But no, I have a lot of love for the brothers of the Omega Psi Phi and brothers and sisters of all the Divine Nine, and I wanted to,
Absolutely,
you know, recuse myself from that part of the conversation. So
I get
because,
that.
I'm leaving y'all to dry on that conversation.
yeah, unfortunately, things happen on college campuses, and things happen in organizations, all organizations. Right.
True.
And
That's
individuals make up organizations, and individuals, you know, have autonomy. They can think for themselves, make their own decisions. And then oftentimes when you have a few bad actors in any organizations, it could put a stain on said organization. Same thing with racism. You know, we may have some folks that may be a little touched in our community, but those folks, like those bad behaviors, get the spotlight, and then it sort of could, you know, put the rest of us under a stereotype.
Yeah, you so PC. I love this response.
Oh, thank you. You know, I'm trying to,
yeah.
You know, I'm trying to take after you, Dr. Charm. You know, you're.
Oh, I'm not PC at all.
Well, you know, I think that we can do both, right? I think that we can say, look, I love you enough to have an honest conversation that there are some there's something that's not quite right with our culture. There's some areas where, you know, some things that we think are okay are just not okay. Like it's not okay that 76% of our kids grow up without a father in the house. Kids need the protection of a father. What's going on? What's happening here? Why are we the only group? I don't know. I mean, is there any other group of people on the planet that has a higher rate of fatherlessness in the house than Black people? I know that there's the studies that say that Black men are involved with their kids even when they live outside the house. But I can just tell you, maybe I sound old fashioned, but I cannot imagine my mother or my father being as effective of a parent if they live down the street instead of being in the house every day. You know, and imagine if 76% of our kids grew up without a mother. You know, the men would be the men, especially the men and the women, would be screwed up. But can you imagine what kind of men you would run into? Think about dealing with a man who had no relationship with his mother or hated his mother. He would probably not be very good as a person for you to marry, right? So I think that just that missing father piece is something that we have to have a conversation about. Nobody will really talk about it because everybody's being told that it's okay. Oh, because you're Black, you don't really need to have a daddy anyway, right? Or if you look at what goes on in hip hop, the kind of behavior amongst like Diddy's going down for sex trafficking, but there's 35 years of just overlooking very blatantly illegal and unhealthy behavior within hip hop culture. Not all of it, but a lot of it. I still remember watching because I grew up with this. I grew up with the Snoops and in terms of watching them when they're the same age as me. And I remember thinking, man, like this man's running around and being rewarded for saying we don't love them hoes. And he had a pimp. He had a sex trafficker, a pimp with him everywhere he went.
Bishop Died Magic Wine from the West Side.
Yeah, and that was considered cool. And and as a young man, that was confusing to me because I'm like, so wait a minute. So me sitting here in grad school, busting my ass to build a future for myself, that makes me a nerd that's acting white. I'm a square, but you like that guy who's gonna beat your ass, kill you, abandon your kids, and kill himself in the process? Like I just really think that that's just a conversation that doesn't get had, but we see the effects everywhere, and because no one addresses it, it just sits there.
And the irony is, Snoop Dogg has been married to his wife for over 30 years. He is a little league coach.
Yes.
And is an extreme family man. So even though I know he has scandals with cheating on his wife and everything, but still, regardless, this man has been in the home with his children for 30-some years.
He got an outside child too. But I do want to say,
oh, and the lawsuit. A lot of people don't know about the lawsuit where the lady he was actually sued for something with a woman.
Well, that's why him and his wife got back together, because she had filed for divorce because of the cheating, and then when the rape allegation came out in the lawsuit, she said, "I don't believe he did this. This is not the man I know," and then that caused them to reconcile.
Well, she probably got him back because I don't believe that daughter is his. But on another note, Ohio, Trump wins Ohio. Also, Florida, there was a weed law, a marijuana law that didn't pass in Florida. I don't know if you guys know
I
about
know.
that. So
Yeah.
But Florida, the abortion law didn't get passed. So,
Right.
What
And that's
was
where
the
I was gonna segue to this topic before I had to hop off. When we were talking about the Divine Nine, shout out to the Divine Nine. These were the top 15 ballot measures that were on this presidential ballot in these different states. So there was multiple abortion ones. Definitely the Florida Amendment 4, which was the Right to Abortion Initiative. There was the Southwestern swing states, Arizona and Nevada. They also had Right to Abortion initiatives. Nebraska had Initiative 434, which was competing abortion initiatives. This is like a whole, this is like a big issue this term. Also, Texas and San Francisco had abortion measures. There was an Alaska repeal top 4 ranked choice voting initiative. Also, Colorado, Idaho, and Nevada had a ranked choice voting initiative. So that would allow for open primaries if you're not a Democrat or Republican, but then also on ranked choice voting, people could check more than one candidate and then they would tally it up somehow. Arizona also had electoral systems amendments. DC had a ranked choice voting initiative. We want open elections. So I couldn't vote in a primary because I'm an independent, for example. So hopefully that will change. Also, non-citizen voting ban amendments were in 8 states. And those 8 states are Idaho, Iowa, Kentucky, Missouri, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Wisconsin. For example, the other initiatives are Ohio Issue 1, redistricting a commission. California had Proposition 36, which is very, very, very controversial. I hope we can talk about this. The Drug and Theft Crime Penalties Initiative. And that is basically, it would make, there was a Proposition 47 that was passed in 2014, which reduced penalties for certain crimes such as theft and shoplifting of goods valued at no more than $950. So it wasn't criminalized as much, it was like a misdemeanor. And so they're trying to get rid of that and say, look, all these people are doing snatch and grabs. We want to prosecute these people. So Proposition 36 would change those policies. So if you have goods that are less than $950 that you're stealing, that you can be prosecuted for that as a felony, and there's other things with that as well. And then
I want to ask you this. Well, wait, let me jump in. There's a lot of information. I want to ask you this. Who decided it was a good idea to let people go in and just steal stuff and not get prosecuted? Who came up?
What's up with that?
That was weird to me when I would see those videos of people just running in the Gucci store and grabbing everything and nothing happens to them.
And who thinks that he should be the next president?
I don't understand. Where did that come from? Like, is
that's something happened in the last election that they had in California.
I got to answer to your question in the background, Dr. Boyce, from the genie in the kitchen with the smoked crab legs. Yes, smoked crab legs. That's a thing.
Nice.
Apparently, they enacted that because of overcrowding in the court system. So there were so many cases that were coming through the court system at the time that were like, yo, we can't try all of these. And so I guess they enacted that because they wanted to try spend court time on more serious crimes so that they wouldn't be backed up. But I don't think it was ever a good idea for people to just go out and steal, but I get your point.
Yeah, it was weird to me to go and I went into a store in New York and the guy I said, why is everything locked up? I was in Staples and everything was locked up. And he said, because people would just come in and just grab stuff. And he said one guy filled up a whole grocery bag full of stuff and he just looked at us like he was staring right at me while he did this because he knows you ain't gonna do nothing about it. And I'm not right. I'm not used to living in a world like that. I think that's crazy. That's so strange. I hope that they kind of fix that. I think we need a little bit more of a balance. And I think criminal justice reform, to me, would maybe start with going into the prisons too and really looking at how inhumane the conditions are inside the penitentiaries. Like they don't want the inmates to get educated. They're extracting every penny of wealth from them. There's a lot of sexual assault happening in prison that nobody's talking about. And I just think that they should go clean that up, like rehabilitate these individuals, because you're really sending a person away worse than they were when they went in. And then they drop them off in our community, and we got to deal with somebody who is heavily traumatized from this horrible experience. So I think criminal justice reform should not just be liberals getting all upset because one guy gets shot, where we get into this, almost like this idolatry where you have the George Floyd mural and everybody's talking about George Floyd, but the same time Floyd gets killed, there's like some little 9-year-old girl on a bicycle that gets shot in Chicago or New York, and nobody says a word because everybody's focused on that one case with that one guy. And it's all symbolism. That's 100% symbolism. There's nothing systematic about the remedy, in my opinion, that's really going to make sure this goes away. I don't think any black men were safer after the George Floyd thing. I think that it only made things worse in certain ways, in my opinion.
Just update. Trump wins Kansas, which is typically a red state, so that's where we are with Kansas. So the polls are just a closing, and Kamala has New York, Trump has Ohio, Kansas. These are all indicative of how people are voting historically. So there's nothing new here.
So all this fanfare about how we need to go vote and this is, this life changing and stuff. Everybody just voting according to plan, to state or whatever. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I think it's interesting that it's such low numbers, because I'm looking at Texas, and the entire state of Texas, it looks like it's about maybe 8 million people voted, period.
How many people live in Texas?
More than 8 million people. We got Houston, we got like 4 million in Houston just by itself. So it's just, it's again back to my point about voter turnout and everybody.
Why is voter turnout so low in America? Because in other countries it's like very high, it'd be like 86%, 90%. Why is that?
System. Yeah.
Look at Illinois.
Because people feel disenfranchised.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Illinois, Kamala got 2 million votes. Trump got 1.4 million votes. In Chicagoland alone is 8 million people. So
that's interesting. So I read yesterday that over 80 million people, as of like 24 hours ago, had voted early before Election Day. And that number was significantly higher than everybody who voted in the 2020 election altogether.
Interesting.
So people are very motivated to come out. And usually when we talk about early voting numbers, that's when we see a really high Democrat voter turnout. Like Democrats they have historically been the ones to turn out early vote. But we've seen the numbers neck and neck in certain states that differentiated the data between Republicans and Democrats that voted early. Like Republicans are very, very motivated. They've been out there early voting, which is something new that we haven't seen as much from the Republican Party.
Well, you know what? If y'all want to make some money, let me ask y'all this first before I mention this. How many of you think Kamala is going to win? Raise your hand. Okay, Dr. Charm. Okay, Athena and Constance. Not you, Jade. You're not sure?
I think it's too close to call. It's too early and it's too close to call. I can't say. It just really depends on these swing states, and then it depends on how good each campaign's legal teams are that would challenge the numbers in every single state. And we know that both campaigns are highly motivated and they're very, very well resourced. Doc, you're the financial expert. I mean, these two campaigns have spent millions upon millions of dollars. We've never seen this sort of money, put into a presidential campaign before. And so that could look like attorneys and challenging every single district where there could be a dispute. So we just don't know. I just can't say.
Well, okay, and I'd like to ask everybody in the audience to answer as well. How many of you think put your candidate, Trump or Kamala? Everybody take a guess, not so much a vote, just a guess, right? So not just who you want to win, but actually who you think is going to win. Put Trump or Kamala in the chat. Okay, and the reason I asked this question is because I'm with you, Jade. I think it's a 50-50. I think it's still a toss-up. But I'm looking at Robinhood and the where you could buy those contracts, right? Like yeah, so if the contract costs 33 cents and it's like a Trump contract, that means every 33 cents you put up turns into $1 if he wins. Same thing with Kamala, right? Did y'all know the Kamala contracts now are down to 23 cents?
Oh shit! I bought too early because I bought at 34 cents. Damn it!
I bought it in the 30s too. I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh, I'm buying some more of these. I don't know if she's gonna win, but I am flabbergasted that they have the ratio being so low. Like you can literally 4x your money. So here's my point. I'm saying that if you really believe that Kamala is gonna win, you could 4x your
23
money.
cents.
Yes, 23 cents. You could, so you put up $1,000, that turns into 4,000. Or you put up 100, it turns into 400. I'm not saying do it, but I'm saying if you really believe in your girl and you really think she's gonna win, you can put your money on it. I think that they're biased. I think it's biased because Robinhood attracts a lot of young white males who are into gambling. That's what it does. They say it's an investing site, but it's also a gambling site for a lot of people. And I think that they just love Trump and they are being suckers right now. I think I wouldn't pay 82 cents for a Trump contract, even if I was a Trump supporter. I think that they're overstating his odds of winning, and it really speaks to the delusion, the political delusion that exists in America, where people live in these vacuums, where so let's say you're around Trump supporters all day, or you're around Harris supporters all day, you can get to the point where you believe that no logical person in their right mind would ever support the other candidate. I think that can happen because we all live in these little vacuums. And so I just don't understand it. In fact, actually, as I'm speaking, the Kamala Harris contract went down to 22 cents.
Damn it! I just bought it at 23.
Right. No, it's crazy, right? So if Kamala wins, I'm about to get some money because I'm buying.
Me too. I'm about to get that money.
Yeah, I ain't buying no Trump contract.
We got some more. We have some more West Coast states that came in. Montana is for Trump. Wyoming, Utah. New Mexico is really close. It's like 50% Trump versus 47% Kamala, so it's still too early. But I just wanted to update on some of those West Coast or mountain and West Coast states.
Thank you. I hope y'all are on for a while. My wonderful host, my brother Dewan B, and his beautiful wife Isha, they got some smoked crab legs. Okay, I'm in LA. I've never had smoked crab legs.
With crab legs, there. We know.
Why you rubbing it in our face? I want some smoked crab legs.
I'm gonna eat and then I'm gonna come back on. But I do want to have dinner with my host family. They're taking care of me because I was like, oh, I am not in DC right now during the election, and it's my mom's birthday. I'm away from home doing work, but it's nice to be with with my folks, right? So
I didn't know you didn't move.
Yeah. No, I didn't move. I'll be back in DC on Saturday, but I'm gonna eat, and then I'm gonna come back on in a little while because I know the results are gonna continue to come in. And thank y'all for having me.
All right, Mama. We'll see you in a
minute. Jade. Bye. Yeah. So okay. So with this election, is there any indicator of actually who is actually winning? I don't understand these betting markets. So
Trump has all the electoral votes right now. He has the majority right now.
Right, but these are indicative of states who normally vote red anyway. So it's not like anything flipped. There's nothing that's flipped to him from her. It's really going to be up to the swing states because most of the state. So we're just. I think everything is almost in except for West Coast.
Okay.
Your former living area, Constance. We're waiting on former place where you used to live, Constance. We're waiting. So how was it voting in DC? Is it like, ooh, I feel presidential?
Well, I'm in Maryland, but the schools are closed and the companies, a lot of companies are closed. It's like a whole thing out here. Like,
wow.
Yeah. So my son didn't go to school. I'm like, why you ain't going to school? He was like, it's election. I'm like, what? So
producer lady, what were the lines looking like out there in LA?
She's stressed out. She is stressed the hell out.
Why did you do that to yourself? Why didn't you early mode?
So I was running this podcast this morning, and then
We can't hear you, girl. Where your mic at?
I don't know.
I can hear her. I hear her.
Can you hear me?
It's low.
Testing, 1, 2.
Yeah,
Can you
better.
hear me? Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. Y'all, man, that was rough. There was like almost, it had to be 500 to 700 people in line. Like I literally was in line for at least 2. I don't know how you guys have been on for 2 hours. I've literally been in line the whole time.
That's crazy.
We've been on 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours, and I've been listening since the beginning. I thought I was gonna be in and out.
Yeah,
you know something that irked me about that whole let's tell black men why they're a bunch of sexist pigs conversation that happened is that if you look at the percentages of black men that support the Democratic Party, 81% of black men identify as Democratic or lean Democratic. Compared to white men, it's 60%, Hispanic men 61%, Asian men 61%. So we literally were being chastised while we are the biggest group of male supporters of Kamala Harris in the country. I think that's so baffling that they would literally be like, have Barack Obama like, well, you disrespecting women, stuff like that.
I think it was because that Trump started to get more black male vote. Because I mean, at the end of the day, the projection was 83% of 80-something% of black men were going to vote for Kamala. But looking at what happened in Georgia, she got 73% of the black male vote, and Trump got 25% of the black male vote in Georgia. So, it definitely went up. So I think the Democrats are kind of starting to get shaky and insecure, and with valid reason. And then that's where you had that plan for black men that came out, that rushed plan.
Yeah. I kind of, it reminds me of when Trump had his platinum plan. Remember that? That never turned into nothing. I mean, it's really comical, and I kind of think, I really, if you want to get the men to vote for you, I think that it makes more sense to obviously be genuine and authentic in your desire to really connect and show support. And I think I think Kamala has an understanding of black men that I respect. But the thing about it is that Trump has a lot of black friends too. So it's not like either one of them is completely out of touch. But the question is, how far are you willing to go to get their support? And what I would really love is I would love to see them really put their money where their mouth is. Like if there was some way that that the men were able to get access to resources. Because I think the black man feels, I know personally when I talk to a lot of brothers, they don't feel heard or listened to. Even some black women don't listen to them. They also feel like it's like really hard in certain areas. Not to say it's not hard for women too, right? I think it's really hard for women, and a lot of men should respect that. But as a black man, it's almost like when you are even remotely successful, you're like, oh, I'm so glad I did not fail. I'm so glad. Like I was so happy to make it through the 90s without being dead or in prison. It's ridiculous. Because I knew guys who were dead or got 25, 30-year prison sentences or were marginalized from the economy. And it was just a very common thing. Like, you talk to most of your friends, they were not doing well. And it has a long history, right? It goes all the way back, even the Vietnam War. When I love the fact, one thing I loved about Snoop was he brought it to everybody's attention that, and I have to check this out, but he said the average lifespan of a black man in the Vietnam War was like 18 seconds or something.
Jesus.
And I really felt that because my father talks about when he went to Vietnam and they just pushed him out of an airplane. He was 17 years old. They pushed him out of a plane. He slept in a ditch and he heard all this mortar fire going on. He's losing his freaking mind. And he was just literally like, I'm going to do anything I have to do to get back home, because it was like living a nightmare. And the Vietnam War, a lot of men came home on drugs, or they never came home at all, or they came home disabled, or just flat out crazy. So I think that was part of the beginning of the breakdown of the black family. And then at the same time in the 70s, in that generation, Hollywood starts fucking with black people by putting out all those blaxploitation pimp movies. And my dad talks about it. He says, yeah, in the when he's in his early 20s, all the young black men wanted to be like the pimps. They watched the Mac and all this other stuff. They wanted to be like Goldie the pimp and all this other stuff. And so really, when you saw what happened with hip hop in the 90s, which is coming out of the crack era, right? We haven't even talked about the drugs they put in the black community, all the weapons and everything else. So that further destabilizes the family. And then they take over hip hop in the early 90s, and they start just pushing these terrible messages that are encouraging men to engage in illegal behavior so they can lock them up, to disrespect the women in your households and in your communities, and to make yourself look like an absolute fool. And I think that it was just such a sinister, terrible thing to do, because what then happened, in my opinion, is that the black man, for the most part, kind of became a non-entity in the black family. The black women were like, fuck it, I'll just do it myself because I can't rely on these Negroes. A lot of black women felt that way. And so the women are kind of, handling things differently, right? They're becoming stronger and tougher and more capable and more successful. And so then the black man comes back home. A lot of us, I see it as a coming back home, where now that because you have spaces where men can sort of be honest with each other and help each other grow, or like millions of men that have heard from someone like me, well, they never would have heard from me 20 years ago when media was controlled by white people, right? Now they hear from guys like me who are like, come on, what are you doing? This is not the way we're supposed to be. So the men are showing back up. And a lot of them are whole. A lot of them are successful. A lot of them are hardworking. A lot of them want to be leaders on some level in their household, but they feel like they're competing. It's like, oh no, you're just a kid. You sit down and let me take care of this. And I know as a man who wants to be a man, who always wanted to be a man, it becomes like a big battle constantly. And I don't know how to fix it. But I think that they come in and they exploit that, because I think they look at the black community as a purely matriarchal community. It's almost like when somebody comes in the house and they want to talk to your mama, or they want to talk to your wife, and they just ignore you because they're like, well, she's running the household. She's clearly the boss. Your opinion doesn't matter. So when the black man stands up and says, no, I'm here too. You talk to my wife, you got to talk to me too. They're like, well, who are you? What are you doing? Right. And it becomes a big fight. That's what's kind of happening. I wouldn't let somebody just come in and address my wife and not address me. But
so
I
Dr.
think,
B,
oh, good. I said a lot. I apologize. Go, please.
No. The Harris contract is down to 14 cents right now.
What? No, it's not. You
14
better
cents.
stop. Girl, oh my God.
They don't think she's gonna win.
Is it
Didn't
only
you say
on
it's
Robin
based off
Hood? Is it
prediction?
only on Robin Hood?
And then Harris, Colorado.
Wow.
Y'all, Arizona is 49.6% straight up equal tie right now.
Yeah, that's crazy because Arizona's a red state.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, so what are the updates? I'm sorry, I missed it. What's happening, Constant?
So Harris wins Colorado.
We got to describe the
wins
contracts too, so people can know what we're talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, on Robinhood, you can basically buy a contract on who you think is going to win the election. So the contracts, the way they work is the Kamala Harris contract right now is unbelievably, it's 15 cents. That means that for every 15 cents you bet on Kamala, if she wins, you get $1. I'm taking that bet. I just don't. Trump is 88 cents. They really think that there's an 88% chance this man's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's wrong. I think that that's an overestimate. So I'm trying about Red Finn get paid up in here real quick.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are the numbers? If it's 15 cents, like, what are the what did I miss?
Yeah, I bought at 26 cents, but I'm gonna go ahead. Should I wait till it get down to 5 cents? Like,
I mean, now mind you, Constance, if we lose, then people are gonna make fun of us tomorrow, or whenever they announce the results. But I don't care. I'm absolutely positively going to buy more of these Kamala Harris contracts just because the probabilities don't match. Like in finance, they call this an arbitrage opportunity. Like I see this as an arbitrage. Like let me buy some more of these damn things. I literally. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, Ted Cruz wins re-election in Texas.
Oh God!
And shout out to Angela Altenbrook's sister in Maryland. She won. She beat out Hogan, who was the former governor, Republican governor of Maryland. She was a county executive for Prince George's County, which is where I live now. She's just won state senate in the state of Maryland.
Nice.
Dope shit.
Nice?
Yes.
Couple of more blues popped up. New Mexico, Arizona is predicting is leaning towards blue, which is a flip because Arizona is historically a red state.
Did she end up flipping Texas?
No.
Did you say that Texas was a flip? Oh, okay.
Well, earlier it was looking like it, but
no. Arizona's interesting because that was one of the states that they tried not to get Trump on it. Like he had to go to court to get on the ballot. I know Colorado was. because they tried to keep him off the ballot. But I lived in Arizona for 13 years, and that was I've always lived in red states until I moved to Illinois.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, this is insane. I'm just looking at
Where
this.
you at right now? Where they at right now, Doc?
It's 14 cents for Kamala, and you can't. It's really hard to buy the contracts because the price keeps changing so fast, and every time I put in an order, the order's not going through. And I wish there was a way to.
That's crazy.
Yeah, to put in a bid price. So it keeps on rejecting.
Were they 12 cents, Doc? It's 12 cents.
That's
wait till it hit 5. At this point, you should have let
scared.
it ride out.
hell yeah.
Buy another 1,000.
Yeah, if Kamala wins, I'm gonna be smiling. I'm not even into the politics, honestly. I should. This is a money thing. This
Good
is a money
shit.
grab.
Yeah, hey,
Yeah,
listen, good looking out, Dr. B. That was good. This was worth the price of admission right there.
I want everybody to get paid. Shoot, we black. We supposed to have money.
That's what I'm
So
talking
we can
about.
only do it on I don't have Robinhood as a platform.
Oh, you better go get you. It's down to 11 cents. It went down to 11, then it went down to 13 cents.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah. So I'm a little distracted now.
I'm not mad at you.
I have a question though. So someone made a comment. So Dennis Morgan said swing state males are not ready for a female president. They are traditionalists regarding women's roles. Do you think men will like Dr. Boyce? Do you think men are gonna have, if Kamala wins, is there going to be like a frustration among some men that there's a woman president? And do you think that's gonna result in like increased violence towards women, or how do you think that would affect society?
I think you're gonna find examples of all these things. But I think at the same time, change is always uncomfortable. So I've never had an issue with women leading. I think that if women were in more leadership positions, we'd have a better world. Because because Donald Trump he's an asshole. He's a narcissist. His ego is outsized, and he may be getting older and losing his mind. So I don't look at him and say, "Oh yeah, that's my guy." I think that's going to be a great president. I'm worried about him. And with Kamala, she's a tough lady. She's credentialed. She's really fought the battles. Again, I don't agree with all the politics, but I think she's very qualified, and I think a lot of men are just going to adjust to that. But there are going to be those men that are going to say, "No, this is terrible." And I think the hard part about women taking charge in certain areas is it's almost the way imagine how a woman feels like if you, let's say you're dating a man and every time you get in the mirror, he's trying to get in the mirror too, or you go in the kitchen and he's trying to come in and cook
about that.
And he's getting good. Yeah, right. So men, I think, have a right to feel that way too. Like, we're like, damn, like where is our usefulness? And this is where I think emotional intelligence is critical for men, because I think you got to learn how to deal with the fact that you live in a different society than you lived before, and you have to find some way to still maintain your masculinity while at the same time understanding that there is going to be space for women, and you're going to have to negotiate a lot of feelings that come with that. Like feeling emasculated is a very real thing. When you put a man down or disrespect him. I know a lot of men that would rather die than be disrespected. So like Constance, I heard you say that one time. You were saying that respect and peace is really important to men. Mm-hmm. I was like, yeah. I was like, absolutely. And I wish other people would hear that. When you don't give that respect, it's like it kills everything, right? So it's just hard for everybody. So what this does, in my opinion, is that because it blurs the lines and blurs the roles so much in society, people are just confused in their relationships. That's why you got to communicate like crazy in advance. So you can kind of know, like, okay, we're about to play this game. We're about to work together. We're about to start this business called a relationship. Your job is this, this, and this. My job will be this, this, and that. And it has to be custom made. It can't sort of fit somebody else's template of what a relationship is supposed to look like.
Really quick, in the House, the Senate, Republican was flipped. So one was flipped to Republican. So there's 43 over there and 34 Democrats in the Senate, and then there was one flipped to Republican in the House. Still, that happened a little bit earlier. So 137 Republicans, 89 Democrats. They need 218 to win the majority. And then right now We're at 91 electoral college votes for Harris, 178 for Trump. Of course, the blue states haven't come in yet, but do we see any that have been flipped over from one to another from the last election? It doesn't look like it. So Trump wins Mississippi. Did we already know that?
I assume that will be the case. I can't
Yeah.
imagine. I
Yeah.
can't imagine him not
Some
winning.
Nevada polling places have hours long wait as polls are closing. We knew Trump won Montana and Utah. So that's just where we are. Angela Alsobrooks, and Donald Trump wins Iowa. That was a swing state, right?
Interesting. Well, I mean, maybe the man's gonna win. I at this point, I've invested so much that I don't want him to win.
I mean, Iowa was red state in 2020, so I don't see anything that's been flipped from Republican or Democrat to Republican in terms of what we're seeing right now. I mean, here's what we know: Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado were all blue last year, and those are all West Coast states that haven't come in yet fully. Okay, and then on the eastern part, which is the Northeast, you have Minnesota. That's Midwest, North, right? So you have Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, and Michigan, which were all blue. I don't know where they are right now.
I think she took Illinois.
Yeah, and Michigan were right there.
Blue.
Yeah, Michigan. You said who?
I said Illinois is always blue. It's a blue state.
Yeah. So Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Those are sort of in the Midwest. And then on the East, you have Georgia, which I think Donald Trump took. So last election, Georgia went to the Democrats. And then you have Virginia, which is blue, Pennsylvania, which is blue right now. They're really close. If he takes Pennsylvania, because there's 19 electoral college votes there. New York, she got New York. Vermont, New Hampshire, and what's ME?
Maine.
Oh, yeah, right. Maine, and then you have Maryland, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey. So all the East Coast states are all blue states. The big ones, though, are California, which is 54 electoral college votes. What else is a big one? Pennsylvania is a big one. Georgia is a nice size one too. So of course we know she's going to get California. Texas, it was a big one. It's not quite as big as California, but that's a monster to get. And then Florida, Pennsylvania, really what? Close. Yeah, Florida is a big one.
It's very, very close.
You said Pennsylvania.
Do we have Florida? Oh, he got Florida, right? So we got Florida.
He got Florida. We got Florida.
Before.
So she's gonna have to secure all those far east. But Pennsylvania, that's 19 electoral college votes. She's gonna need to secure that for sure. And if she can get Georgia, that's a monster too.
Did he already take Georgia? So he did not take Georgia.
It's still close, but I mean, they got 85% of the polls. I mean, or the votes are in, and he's at 51%. So it looks like he's going to take Georgia.
But then those counties, what county is Atlanta? Is that Fulton County? What county is that?
Atlanta is Fulton, Cobb. Yeah.
So those haven't been voted yet, though. I mean, those haven't been counted yet.
Oh, okay. Well, Atlanta usually is blue. I mean, Atlanta, but the rest of Georgia is red.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, this is there's no landslide here by any means on either part. But it's definitely interesting just for me, just to see these are two very different candidates. You know, one guy is bumbling. He ain't talking about nothing. He's talking about his white skin. He's, mocking fellatio on the microphone. He says anything about anything. He doesn't talk about the topics. When you ask him about his policies, he talks about everything else. There's nothing. And then he talks about divisive. He's very divisive. And he talks about how this country's gone to be a shithole and that Black people are eating cats and dogs. I mean, just crazy.
No, Haitian people are eating cats and dogs.
Well, they're Black. They're Black. They're not African Americans, but they're Black. No. They're Black, but they're not African Americans. So Black people, we are across the diaspora, but they're not African Americans, and so that's the distinction. But I'm just saying, that he just says anything about anybody, and for it to be this close, you would think it would not be, and it's just crazy.
It really
But
just says what it just to me. It just tells me where we are in America. Like we would rather have this unqualified man who, who does say anything. I mean, literally a couple days ago, he said a woman should be shot, but still, there's women in the comments that are constantly like, Trump 2024. It just it, it really, really, really is interesting. It's really interesting,
yeah,
but I always say, like, leading up to this, I've been just saying that I feel like what Trump got right, that I feel like the Democrats did not get right, and I'm going to keep saying this, is that he talks to the base, like he talks to his base directly. He says, "Hey, you, I'm talking to you. I'm going to do this for you,"
and he does it for his base.
And the Democrats don't do that. They go, "I'm talking to you, but it got to be colorless, but I'm talking to you, but I'm kind of talking to you, but I'm looking this way because I got to talk to them too."
because they're like, I'm talking to everybody. I want to include everybody. I want to be inclusive.
I want to be I just feel like they feel like they can't. I feel like they feel like they can't. But they can talk to the LGBT community. They can talk to Asians. They can talk to other Hispanics. But they can't talk to us directly because for whatever reason, if they start to talk to us, who are very much part of their base, for whatever reason, they feel like they will lose the rest of everybody else. And
we are their base. And the thing about Trump is a nationalist. He caters and panders to his base. But the thing is that he delivered to his base. He did what he said he was going to do for his base and their value system. And that's why he's still in the running. And as far as Democrats, we are the base of the Democratic Party, and they refuse to do anything for us.
Well, they just can't. They can't. I mean, not they can't. I don't mean that. They can. They just have to do it by way of like colorless policies. Did I benefit from healthcare? Absolutely, I did. Did I get Obama's student loan income-based rate thing? I did get that. Like, there are things that have benefited me for sure. Let's keep it funky. But like, I'm just saying, it just kind of has to be like, Black people, I'm talking to you. You're going to benefit from this, but I just can't say you're going to benefit from this. I feel like that's what Democrats do. It's colorless policies. But they have them. They have them. Kamala has said a lot of colorless. I mean, she said, I'm not saying I can do things specifically for Black people, but that was part of a statement. Like, that wasn't the whole statement, but I do feel like she talks to us. And there's part of this like whole Black man thing where it became, I don't know, it's like something happened in the wave where she was like, okay, maybe I can say something and put together an agenda for Black people without the rest of the base feeling like, oh, why are you just focused on Black people? I don't know. I mean, I think they just tossed that out and they waited a little longer, but I don't necessarily think it was like, maybe like towards the end of the, the campaign that kind of like push things out so it wouldn't affect or
it was reactionary because it came right after Obama talked down to Black people and it was uproar all weekend on social media, and then by Monday morning, hot fresh and off the presses, we had a Black man plan. So it was reactionary.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that
there were certain things that she had been talking about, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say he talked down to Black men like you guys suggest.
He didn't.
I would say that he was answering what a lot of Black men were saying with these loud microphones. Y'all was saying they not doing nothing for Black people. They're not, we're not voting for her. She ain't Black. All the things that all the Black men were saying, he addressed it, in my opinion. And then they said, okay, I think they went to the lab. They were like, okay, what can we do specifically that's going to address the needs of these people? And it's like nothing is ever good enough. So if they don't address it, y'all pissed. If they do address it, y'all pissed. So at what point is what they're doing going to be good enough? Outside of reparations, I know that's like at the end of the day, we need reparations. But right now, we have to just get in, and I think that we can start to have those conversations. But Trump ain't talking about reparations.
And Trump ain't have nothing.
What can she do? What policies can she make? How can she, as the tiebreaker of the Senate, as the vice president, what laws can she pass?
She's the vice president of the United States, and
that
man that she's been in office with is senile. So
what is her job though as the vice president?
Right.
She's a tiebreaker.
I'm still waiting for the sis, I'm still waiting for the white men that became millionaires from earlier. So like, we just still trying to fit like what? I would like, let's answer some
Obama
questions.
made a million a million millionaires, and he actually
Where?
created more millionaires than Bush did.
You said
Twice
that
as many.
earlier. Where?
In his
Where
first 3
was?
years.
Where's the receipts, ma'am? Where's the receipts, Dr. Charm? Because you said earlier.
I
You
just
said that
quoted you.
earlier.
Yeah,
Right,
so I
but
just
you
quoted
then we
you with
asked
that.
you, but that's you how or where, and you were like, I don't know. So where is it?
I'm giving you the statistic. The statistic is
But
that he
where's the
created
information? But
in the
the
first
stats.
3
But
years.
where's?
Just Google it.
Okay.
In the first 3
Okay.
years, he created a million. That there were a million millionaires created during the Obama administration. The first 3 years.
But how? Like, explain to us how? Where?
I'm not a politician. I'm just giving you the statistic.
Okay.
I want to see that too because I googled it and I didn't see where
I just
he
want to see the
created a million
receipts.
millionaires.
That's it.
A million white
We throwing
millionaires.
out stuff.
Let me get a link. Let me get a link at least for the article. But yeah, he
like,
created
let's see
twice
it.
as many as the Bush administration.
Okay.
But you're telling me how. You're asking me how. I can't tell you how. I'm just giving you the stat.
Right.
So now we're on Arizona, and we're at 49.7% Trump, 49.5% Kamala. Trump is 4,270 votes ahead, and but they have 51% of the votes in. So Colorado, she got it. Florida, he got it. Let me see. Georgia, damn, he beat her by he's 51% to 48%. Maine, Kamala has Maine. Kamala has Michigan. Donald Trump has Minnesota by 25,000. But that's only 4% of the votes in. He has Nebraska.
What state is that with 4%? Only 4%?
Minnesota. And Minnesota is generally a what?
Minnesota
blue
is a blue state typically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now this is odd because he's leading Minnesota, and your vice presidential candidate is the Minnesota governor.
From Minnesota.
So that
it's
is
only 4% of the votes are in, but he's about 25,000 votes ahead.
That's interesting. That is interesting.
Yeah, let's see. New Hampshire.
It's only 4% though, right?
Yeah,
I don't think he'll.
Okay, I wouldn't even pay attention to that.
Yeah.
He won't
New Hampshire, she's winning by 51%. Half the votes are in. New Mexico, he's at 49%, so he's winning by about 4,000 votes. 36% of the votes are in. North Carolina, Trump, 83% of the votes are in, so they pretty much have that. Pennsylvania, he's up by 115,000 votes. And only 57% of the votes, 115,000. He's up in Pennsylvania. That's the one. That might be the one. Virginia, he's up by 30,000. But it's only that margin's only about 1%. So 72% of the votes are in.
That's really close too.
And then Wisconsin is Kamala, and they're only 1,000 votes apart.
Jesus, that is so close. Yeah, that is very close.
This is close.
And they haven't even cracked 1 million voters on each for each candidate in Wisconsin.
Well, let me jump in. Let me jump in and share some financial stuff that is really interesting about this election. Okay, so we talked about those contracts you could buy on Robinhood, where the Kamala Harris contract is like trading for an astonishingly low 16 cents, which is crazy because that means every 16 cents you bet on Kamala turns into $1 if she wins, right? Which, if the whole assumption of being a 50-50 situation is true, then that's extraordinary. That's unbelievable, right? That's why I bought a lot of Kamala Harris contracts, just because the odds are so far off. However, here's another fact that's really interesting that tells me there's something underlying here that's brewing, that's really actually in Trump's favor. Is the stock market is like exploding right now. The futures market, which predicts what the market's going to do tomorrow, basically is 500 points up. That's massive. That's a big jump. Also, Bitcoin has hit an all-time high of 75,000.
Now
that's right, and that could be true based on one or two theories. Either one, that there's an underlying, like, just sort of the market's very smart. It's called market efficiency. The market just sometimes because the market's rational and they're not all emotionally caught up in who they want to win. They're just thinking about the money, and they put their money where their mouth is, right? And so because the market is so smart, I think that should be paid attention to, that maybe there's some underlying information that maybe not be consistent with what media is sharing that pretty much says Trump has an advantage, possibly. Another possibility, though, which is politically neutral, is that the market doesn't like uncertainty. So what happened if you were following the stock market, and we end up talking about that every day in class, the market was dipping as we went into the election. The reason it was dipping was because there was all this uncertainty and angst about, okay, what's going to happen? Who's going to win? Now that uncertainty is about to be resolved, it's about everybody in here that owns stock, you about ready to get paid tomorrow. So this makes me very happy because I want Black people winning in every election, right? And I think that if you are investing, you're going to win whether a Democrat wins or a Republican wins. It's not going to matter, right? So even if you're a Kamala person and you're upset that Trump's in the White House, well, you'll make a few $1,000s for your discomfort, right? Same thing is true on the other side. I think that no matter which candidate wins, it's going to be a big win for people that own stocks. It's going to be a big win for people that own crypto. I'm going to lose on my Kamala contracts. I'm really worried. I'm really concerned. Like it almost seems whenever something's too good to be true, it usually is. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, what am I missing here? Why is Kamala's contract on Robinhood trading for 15 cents? That don't make no sense because it should be trading like for 45 cents or 40 cents at least or 50 cents, right? So I bought a whole bunch of these damn things. I'm talking about thousands of these suckers. So if Kamala wins, then I'm gonna be smiling because I've made some money. If she doesn't win, I'm gonna be smiling because I also own stock in crypto. So I would encourage everybody, like, once you get past all your little arguments about who's the more horrible candidate, because we don't argue about who's the best. We argue about who's the worst, right? Well, how could you vote for somebody who did it, right? Once you get done doing that, I want you to think about your own pocket and what's going to really work for you. And because I can tell you, I think that, Tierra, when y'all were debating about the stuff with Trump and Obama and everything, or Kamala, I think that what gives Trump an advantage is that his cynicism, like his negativity, reflects how a lot of people feel. A lot of people are feeling miserable about the direction of the country. When they do those polls and they say, is America headed in a good direction or a bad direction? Most people say, no, we're headed in the wrong direction. So when he gets up there and he says, this is terrible, that's terrible, she's terrible, he's terrible, they're terrible, that feeds into populist like sentiment, I think, where a lot of people look at these damn politicians and are like, they all suck. But what I like about Kamala is not just that she's more like presentable, like she knows how to act when we have company. Trump will embarrass.
This dude will fart in front of the queen. Like he just has no.
Yeah. He doesn't really.
He is uncouth. He's uncouth.
Yeah, he doesn't respect the presidency in that way, and I just really am a little concerned about what happens when him and Elon Musk get control of the hen house. They're gonna go in there. They're gonna be robbing the piggy bank. And they're just gonna really push things in a direction that's gonna be a little too extreme. But at the same time, though, I'm concerned if the Democrats take power. I know for a fact, I believe Twitter will be heavily regulated because they censor. It's like, oh well, you said something that hurt somebody's feelings or offended somebody, so we're gonna take your account down. And I think that makes us worse as a country too. So I don't feel good about either choice, to be honest with you. I think we have to not avoid the politicians, but almost like we have to succeed in spite of them. We're not going to succeed because of them 9 times out of 10.
I'm really concerned with, in this election cycle, the amount of violence that has just taken place, the amount of actual violence. I mean, I have never been in an election cycle where there was attempts on a presidential candidate's life. The last time we had any kind of attempt on a president was when Reagan got shot. As far as my lifetime. So that's very concerning to me. Just the amount of violence, and people can say it's staged or whatever. You can say whatever you want, but it still happened, and people died during that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. And they had, these people got taken into custody. They had to kill the sniper. So the amount of violence, the amount of radicalization that has gone on, and I don't know if it's going on in these message boards and these white extremist message boards, but you have it on both sides, and it's concerning to me.
Well, Trump is leading in 6 out of the 7 battleground states.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So.
Well, there's that.
But we still don't
It
have.
didn't say he won. It said he's leading in 6 of the 7 battleground states.
Yeah.
Trump wins 3 of Nebraska's 5 electoral votes. This shit is scary.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? I don't know if I'm scared so much as like, it's just it's the circus for me, y'all. Like it's him
It
getting on
is a
TV
circus.
just saying anything. It's us trying to be serious, and clearly he doesn't know how to be serious. I almost feel like he turns us all off to politics so we don't watch it, and then there's really things going on behind the curtain, if that makes sense. Because during his last presidency, I literally watched politics less because I just was like, I just can't do it today. I can't do him today.
You
And
know,
meanwhile,
if he wins, it's the whole 4 years is going to be him talking about just bragging about him winning. That's the only thing we're going to hear is about how he won. We ain't going to hear about no laws being changed. We ain't going to hear about no policies. All we going to hear about is how much that he won and how big his crowd was. That's it. He's clearly a small penis dude because that's all he cares about.
Y'all, I just be glad when it's over. I just be glad when it's over. I'm burnt out. I'm tired. I'm tired of the debates and the arguments and everything else. I just want it to be done because at the end of the day, Black people, they don't care about us.
3 seats were flipped in the House to Republican. So they went from 1 seat flipped to 3 seats flipped. And Senate still has that 1 seat flipped.
I forgot to give a shout out to my cousin since we talking about Black men. My cousin, Lil Rick, he was in the chat, or he said he was tuning in. Hey, cousin, Lil Rick. So I just want to give a shout out.
What's up,
you,
Lil Rick?
Hey, Lil Rick.
And while you guys are watching, I want to make sure that you.
Lil Rick. Hey,
I want to make sure that you understand that you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you to maximize your money. So we go live every day, Monday through Friday, at 10 a.m. Pacific and 1 p.m. Eastern, where we talk about all good shit. All good shit. The 3 of us be on here. It's normally 4 or 5 women on here. Sometimes we have Brother Joe on here. He comes on a couple times a week, where we just talk about really great topics that is related to us and you, and we try to have intellectually stimulating conversations about things that we think that matter. So make sure that you subscribe to our channel, Fly Nubian Queen. Dr. Boyce, his what else are we on? His Black Excellence channel as well. And oh yeah, and we are on Spotify, so search for Fly Nubian Money on Spotify. But we love for you to talk back to us and talk black to us. We have a whole lot of fun every single day. So if you want to get alerted when we go live, text words Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Dr. B just went off for a second. He'll be back on, y'all. So don't get too weary because we know you love him, and he has some really great commentary and great things to add to the conversation. But I do want to say that it's getting close. Harris has 91 electoral college votes. Trump has 210, and I'm in the state of Maryland, so which is cool. Which Angela also Brooks is the first Black woman elected to the Senate in the state of Maryland in the history. So that's record breaking. I've been to many of her events and her functions. Really great woman, and she's the count. So out here, there's so many damn cities on the East Coast, right? So you have like 15 cities that are the size of one city where we from on the West Coast. So the cities that they have county executives, which is the mayor of the entire county. So because everything is kind of based on counties out this way. So she was the county executive of Prince George's County, which is one of the wealthiest counties in the country for African Americans. Now she just went on to the Senate. And my girlfriend, Aisha Braveboy, hopefully she'll be running for her seat. and that should be it's good. It's good stuff for the area. So I'm really really happy with what's going on. But back to the presidential election. What are y'all thoughts? It says that Iowa, fudge. Iowa 56% for Trump, 43%.
Yeah, they
And that
call
was a
it.
swing. And he got all 6 electoral college votes.
Yeah. I just want to say this is the hardest I have ever worked on an election night on this live stream, but I am so happy to be here with you ladies tonight. This is great. And it's been really fun. I mean, I got snacks. And the chat,
Right?
the chat is lit. Dr.
The
Boyce
chat
joined
is
in.
lit.
Chat been lit all night. So this has
The
been
chat
really
has
great.
been lit.
I love Fly Nubian Queen Network. Excuse me, Fly Nubian Money, and that we're able to have our own platform talk about things that are important to us.
100%. Look what Mello said. Dr. Boyce left to pull his cash out of Kamala's contract. Shut up, Mello. F off, Mello. I'm with Black Lexicon. Screw Iowa. I hope that we see a shift. You know, this is kind of reminiscent a little bit to 2016 when we just were like, of course, what's her name's gonna win?
Hillary. We just knew Hillary was gonna win.
Of course she's gonna win. And then we start seeing red light up all over the place. We're like, wait, huh? And I remember exactly where I was when we were out eating pizza with the family and watching TV. Like, what? Wait, hold up. No.
But part of the reason, Constance, that they said that happened is because they have this Trump voter effect where they're kind of scared to say that they were going to vote for Trump in the polls. Then when they went behind the booth, you know, they went ahead and voted for him, and that's what happened in 2016.
These white women.
These white girls. And don't nobody go off on them. They be going off on the black men all the time. But let's talk about these white heifers that sit up there.
Who benefit from DEI, who benefit from affirmative action, who act like they are our allies, but when they go in that voting booth, they voting for white supremacy.
They didn't even vote for their own girl. I mean, this is their reflection.
Right. This is crazy. So, what do you guys think in the chat? Where are you guys hanging out at? What do you think is happening? Who's gonna call it? I know we have a lot of Trump people in here because y'all think Dr. B is a Trump supporter, and he's not. He's very clear he's not a Trump supporter. He's not a Kamala supporter either. But yeah, he voted for Cornel West. But where are you guys leaning? Who you think is gonna win? Not who you want to win, but who do you actually think is going to win? What y'all saying? Terry said there's not enough uncounted electoral college votes.
True.
Honestly, I don't think America is ready for a woman president. I mean, when is America gonna be ready? It's 2024 already. Like, what do we got to do?
I mean, the polls have been closed almost an hour on the West Coast. Why don't we have any of these West Coast states yet?
Have they been closed? 10, 9, 8, 7? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they've been closed almost an hour. Like, what's up with that CNN?
y'all just want to have us on edge. Like, I'm just
pins and needles.
Pins and needles, y'all. And listen, oh my God, y'all, listen. The Senate need 50. They have 48 Republicans, 35 Democrats. One was flipped.
This is the marathon. Constance got her snack first, and I went and got my snack. Dr. B got his snack. Look, this is what you got to do.
We in it for the long haul, man. Listen, California Pines are still open. Oh shit! There she is.
Hey.
You must have went and got her. Did you go get her, Dr. B?
I did.
I had to clean the kitchen up.
So, Dr. Alicia, what you thinking? What do you think is going to happen right now? Where are you hanging out at? Not who you want to, but what you thinking based upon what you see in the polls?
Oh Lord, I don't know. It's a whole lot of red.
I have a question for Dr. Alicia. Dr. Alicia, being that you are our psychotherapist here on the panel, what is your opinion on the possible election burnout and its effect on our individual selves and family and friend relationships? Like, what's your opinion on that from a therapist perspective?
I think this is the longest election cycle in the world that I've ever experienced.
It really feels like it, right?
It is never ending. It is never ending. We got 12 minutes before the top of the hour. It's like creeping by before they come out with some more. I just can't.
But people are fighting and disowning family and friends. I've seen Reddit people have disowned their kids. This man disowned his daughter of her $1 million inheritance because she didn't vote how he wanted her to vote.
Wow. That's right. And let me tell you, Boyce and I voted today. It was contentious, wasn't it? I gave him a piece of paper and I'm like, these are people you vote for. And he's yelling in the middle of the poll. What did you say? This is voter suppression.
I said, yeah, this is voter intimidation. Y'all need to arrest this lady.
And
take her to jail, officer.
We have some wonderful people that we know who are running for local elections. And so it was real important for me that we support these individuals in the rain. We got rained on, right? And but it was a very seamless process. And I think I talked about this before. There's a lot of, even though Boyce and I, we don't agree on everything. And here's the thing, like some issues that he feels very strongly about. My thing is like, okay, I'm like this with every issue. I'm open to have my mind change my mind, but you have to give me something compelling. Give me some compelling information. If I'm giving you stats and numbers, you need to also give me stats and numbers. It just can't be logic, because your biases and your assumptions need to be tested. And so I'd like to know what the numbers are. So that was my thing with Boyce, was just like, I'm open to draw any type of conclusion on any issues that we disagree on, but you're going to have to give me a little more than just what Claude Anderson said back in the 80s. Like, not to like, I love Claude Anderson. He's my guy. I've read all his books. I support everything he's about, but I don't think anybody is 100% correct. I think that, you can get up to 90% accuracy with anybody in their position. So that's my thing. Like, and I think you talked about families. I have never seen two candidates dissimilar. I have never seen people I talk to who are good people who vote for Donald Trump, and some of the words that come out of their mouth, I'm just like, where did you get that information from? Like, I'm very curious about how you draw that conclusion, because I didn't see that same information. As a matter of fact, I'm seeing things contrary. So I'm wondering, like, are we living in a different dimension? Is it a different world? What is happening? Like, I've never seen it like this. So it's really difficult to sit and listen to somebody talk about things where you're just like, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, it has to make sense. There has to have some numbers. And I don't see enough of that conversation. Hopefully, no matter what the election, the results will be, I really hope that we have more of these conversations to bring people together instead of being so polarized.
Yeah, look, he said, everyone wonderfully unique said, I have no dog in the fight either, but I'd rather let Trump, a failed businessman, get the economy on its feet before everything changes for the worse. That's interesting, because he can't even get his businesses affairs in order, but he's going to get this economy together. So that's interesting.
I don't know. Like, to me, it's just like, okay, if Kamala Harris had failed business deals and she had 5 children with 3 dads, with 3 men, like, you got to hold everybody to the same level of scrutiny. And that was another issue I had with some family members. I'm not even going to name them. That was some of my issues. Like, you're scrutinizing one person, but I don't see you scrutinizing everybody. Like,
I just asked Dr. B earlier.
He's a white man. He's not going to be scrutinized like a woman of color or a biracial woman. But I think social media has had such a big impact where we didn't have that 30 years ago, and it's radicalizing people. People are just getting into tiffs and fights with perfect strangers, and so I think it's increased everyone's stress level. I believe social media is exacerbating everything.
Y'all, the Senate has 48 seats out of 50. One was flipped, and the Democrats have only 36. So they need 50 to win. They're at 48, and then the Republicans need 218, They have 152 Republicans, three flipped, and 207 electoral college votes for Trump and 91 for Harris. So this is definitely interesting. Pennsylvania Secretary of State says Cambria County is conducting hand count after software issue at the precinct. And the Trump campaign is feeling increasingly optimistic.
The battleground states are the ones we need to really.
They said he's winning 5 out of 6.
Wow.
5 out of 6, then that's not going to look good.
Wow.
For, Kamala.
Wow.
That's sad. It's going to be a sad day.
That will be very sad.
He didn't win, but he is winning. He's leading.
That will be sad for me because all my Kamala Harris contracts won't.
They said it was down to 11 cents. They said it was down to 11 cents.
Yeah, I saw it down as low as 9 cents.
My God.
So here's what's really fascinating is that right now on Robinhood, Kamala Harris is being treated as a mega long shot. Like that she has they're acting like she has a 90% chance of losing this election, which I don't agree with. I think that's I need to find out what information is out there that is making them come to that conclusion. I don't know if there's a bias where where all the young guys that trade and buy contracts on Robinhood are seeing the early lead that Trump has taken. I think right now, I think that I saw a screen that basically showed, here we go. Trump had 210 electoral votes. Kamala has 112, but there's a lot of states not included in those numbers, California and Washington and stuff like that. But it looks like Trump is just dominating, right? And I think that that's a misperception. And so, but to speak on that too, what I think is I feel like when we talk about this election stuff, I see a lack of rational behavior on both sides. I see, I like when Project 2025 kept getting thrown in my face. My big question was, okay, if they're here to destroy democracy, why didn't they just do it? They had 4 years in office. Why did they take democracy back then? Well, no, they're really going to do it this time. But that's what you tell me every time, that they're really going to do it this time. Or when the Democrats say we're going to do all these things when Kamala gets elected, but you didn't do it yet. Right? Like what? Why didn't you were in the office? You were vice president. You could have did something, right? Not everything you want to do, but something. And so I kind of feel like it's I see lies and propaganda on both sides.
I don't understand what you're saying because Project 2025 was put out by the Republicans
many years ago. Dr. Melina Abdullah mentioned that at the All Black National Convention. She said they've been talking about that stuff for decades. For years,
that's a big. I mean, that's a big. That's a big plan. And
it's Project 2025.
People get together and say, this is what we want. They just put another date on there, but that's the big agenda there. And then they tried to backtrack, but that's the big agenda. So I don't know, I don't know how that's the same.
But we've already had, but people are they're fear mongering with the Project 2025, but we had the Biden mass incarceration thing, and then the 3 strikes. So those things have already destroyed Black families. So I just think Black people need to not be on this 2025 bandwagon. I think the smartest thing Kamala Harris did was to stop talking about Trump so much and actually start to put some policy out. Because I was just getting tired of everybody, all the Democrats running on, oh, we can't get Trump in. Well, why not? We can't have Trump. We can't have Trump because, it's the end of democracy. He's been president before. It wasn't the end of democracy then. So
there were a lot of things that indicated progress toward that area. I think she was put into this election kind of because it's not like she ran and she had something. I mean, she was kind of put into this position and I think she needed a little time to put her team together to come up with stuff, right? That sets her apart from Biden, but not too much from Biden because she's still the sitting vice president. So she had a lot of battles there and a lot of things to deal with. So I think that to me, it made sense. You know, eventually when she was able to, I mean, just think about it. I wonder how much sleep she was getting. I mean, she was going around, she was doing speeches, she was preparing for debates, she was putting a team together. I mean, it was almost like she had everybody expected everything to be put together nicely pretty quickly. And I think that, I don't know, to me, it just made sense when she came out with what she did when she did. You know, to me, that made sense. At least she listened and responded. So I mean, it was an uphill battle for her. I think I just don't see it the same way. Yeah.
Well, you know,
Yeah, somebody in the comments said.
Oh, what did you say?
Ricardo Stalwart said in the comments, "There's no way she didn't see this coming. Biden has been falling apart for a long time."
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, I think I don't know. I think that Kamala deserves a chance to try to distinguish herself to some extent from Biden. But really, I mean, how much distance can you really create when you're in the same party and you're serving the same master? I see Kamala's presidency as being a continuation of Biden. I personally did not enjoy that some of the behavior. I think I was probably most appalled by the censorship that took place during the pandemic. I just felt like that was horrible.
Yeah.
All right, California's in.
The mass vaccination.
145 to 211.
Okay. Yeah, so Kamala's catching up. I want to see if her contract value.
Well, that's no surprise. If she can't get California, I'm done. I'm turning this camera off, going to bed. Boys, come on, let's go to bed. Yeah, I'm done with this one.
Yeah. But I, you know, when people say that Republicans are going to destroy democracy, I didn't feel like I lived in a democratic society during the pandemic. I mean, democratic and a free society means I should be able to do, you know, the things I want to do. And I did not feel like I was given access to honest information during the pandemic. I felt like there was an agenda being pushed and there were legitimate questions about Fauci and all that stuff. And they were just, you know, proof later on that they were lying. Even Chris Cuomo, who was really shaming people for not getting the shot, he apologized later. He was like, "I'm really sorry that I did that." But you know,
he apologized.
He did. Look it up. Yeah, Chris Cuomo apologized. And my feeling is like, I don't think you have to apologize for being wrong. You have to apologize for not listening to other smart people who had an opinion different from yours. You know, and actually, I was really happy when Elon Musk bought Twitter, not because I like the man. I do not like Elon Musk. I think he's an apartheid, you know, racist kind of guy. But I don't really care about that. Just let me live. Let me do what I'm going to do. Stop telling me what to think. What I can and cannot say.
Where'd you get to be so oppositional, boys? What's going on with that?
Well, you know, I've always been like that, but at the same time, I'm oppositional.
People who are oppositional need love.
Well, maybe I do. Maybe I do. But I'll tell you, I'm opposition. I'm definitely oppositional when I feel like you're trying to oppress or control me or people I care about. And so when Musk bought Twitter, and he was revealing the fact that the Twitter leadership were working with the FBI and the CIA to take people's Twitter accounts down because they disagreed on the shot. I was happy about that. You know, like now I go on Twitter and I don't have fear. I don't have fear, like, because think about this. I've lost millions of dollars because think about it. Imagine you spent I spent 8 years building up my Instagram following to 680,000. There was a lot of money to be made from a platform that big. It's very hard to do that. And then they just take it. And they don't give you any due process. There was no explanation. And they did this to us multiple times. And it bothered, it angered me. It really upset me. And I saw this happening to a lot of Black people. So I think that I'm not saying this makes the Democrats terrible people to be in office. But when you come and you try to tell me, oh, no, it's those guys who are going to take your democracy, I have a hard time believing you because you were.
And I mean, I had COVID patients. And then we're looking at, you know, these people that with this whole being forced to take the jab. And here's the thing, they're just going on and on about this pro-choice and how the Trump people, the states are taking the women's right away to have an abortion and women don't have autonomy over their bodies. When y'all made people get these shots in order to keep their jobs. And now you have all these lawsuits that had to get settled for millions of dollars. Bay Area Rapid Transit, BART, had to give, those transit workers got $1 million a piece because they lost their jobs because they would not take the shot. Illinois, they had to give, I think the nurses and stuff got 25 million, and that was like 2 or 3 years ago. New York, they had to have multi-million-dollar settlements that have started to come down. And then you find out, all these people getting myocarditis, all these athletes, having these sudden deaths, these 20-something-year-old people having a sudden death. So, and then they had to come out and say it does increase risk for myocarditis. So now that's on record. That's clinically been actually published. So they have to come back and just retract everything. But now you have people that lost their livelihoods or were forced to have to get something in their body that they didn't want in order to feed their families. And you can't, to me, that's hypocritical to say, oh, well, the Roe v. Wade stuff, but then you made all these people get vaccinations.
Yeah, I think that we got to look at the nuances there, because Musk did ban accounts on Twitter. Accounts that he personally did not like.
Right.
He personally went in. It wasn't like a system was set up to ban accounts. He personally went and banned accounts that they said something about him. He didn't like it and he banned their account. So we can't really say that you feel more comfortable on Twitter. The whole flavor of Twitter has shifted to the point where a lot of people don't even want to use it anymore. So we can't say that. And the nuances that even Elon Musk's father, he was anti-apartheid.
He was pro-apartheid.
No, he was anti-apartheid.
Oh, was
Elon
he?
Musk's father. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I thought he was an apartheid, pro-apartheid.
No, he wasn't. He fought against apartheid.
Interesting.
Yeah. So there's nuances there. And again, you just have to kind of dig into a lot of it, but there has been a lot of accounts that's banned on Twitter. And even, listen, I understand that there are systems in place where they're trying to bring down Black people, making them get a shot, making them all of this stuff. I'm here to say that it's not working. Nothing works. You could immunize Black people. It ain't gonna work. We still around. We still here. Ain't nothing gonna happen.
We don't die. We multiply.
We baby kids. We don't die. Remember back in the early 2000s, this whole thing with chemtrails. Remember this stupid stuff with chemtrails? We still here. What? We still here. What's it gonna be? It seems like every time there's always something, and Black people suspicious about it, like it's gonna get us. Nothing's gonna get us. They need us. Nothing's gonna take us out of here. I really don't think so. I really think this fear mongering, whether you got the shot or didn't get the shot, I don't think it mattered. You're still gonna be alive now. But I know a lot of people personally who didn't make it with COVID. I know people in my family, this, boys, who didn't make it. People that I know very closely to me who didn't make it and they wouldn't get the shot. There are people who didn't make it and they would. I'm saying is that it doesn't matter. I'm saying that if you are president, your job is to support all these systems that you're hired to support. So if the Center for Disease Control puts out a report and says this, you have to trust in the systems. Now, as Black people, we don't trust the systems for good reason, right? Forced sterilization. We have a history. We have, as Black people, I call it healthy cultural paranoia. We just don't trust stuff, and it's healthy. It's a survival mechanism. I teach my research class. We talk about Tuskegee experiment. We talk about all this other things. And even what's the other one? Henrietta Lacks. We talk about all of these things. There's a good reason why we don't trust these systems. But as president, your job as president is to support these systems. That's your job. If you're anti-system, I don't know. It doesn't make you. I don't know what you're gonna do. Like, you have to support all of them. So I think that's the distinction we should make.
I thought it was very weird to have a president, sort of talking like they're the underdog. All the institutions are illegitimate. All the news is fake news, and I don't like that. I think that that's very bad for the country. Because one thing I noticed about my Trump supporter friends is they don't believe nothing that doesn't align with their point of view. But now the problem is my liberal friends, they got a delusional issue too. Like I don't think they're able to really see the world very rationally, but at least there's a respect for certain institutions. And I feel like Trump's presence in politics, it's a reflection of what America is becoming. I think America is becoming dumber and more ratchet as time goes on. And he's dumb and ratchet to some extent. Not completely dumb, but just kind of ignorant. Like, how about this? He acts ignorant and kind of ratchet. And I think people kind of like that. That makes him seem more down to earth. But also, when Trump came in first, he was coming in insulting people and just saying all this stuff politicians don't normally say. And the Democrats are trying to keep it up here. Y'all remember when Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high?
Yes.
That tone has changed. Now they're like, well, we got to go low with you. We got to get down in the ghetto.
We're going to hell.
Right. So they've gotten down in the mud. They started slinging more insults at Trump. But before, they weren't really doing that as much. And so I don't feel like Trump's presidency has been all that great for the country. And overall, I think, but where Trump is correct is that there has to be something at some point that's going to drain the swamp. Here is the one thing, even though I'm going to lose a lot of money if Kamala don't win this election, because I literally bought all those Kamala contracts. So I'm kind of mad if I don't get my bread tomorrow. But one thing I can say that is good about a Trump presidency is that him working with someone like Elon Musk, they have a very rude, no nonsense, politically incorrect way of dealing with stuff. And I could see, when Elon came into Twitter, he came in and said, we got too many people here working here. So there's let's say there's 80,000 employees. He says, no, we're going to operate with 10,000 or whatever. Right. And they're like, but you can't do that, Elon. He's like, no, I bet you, watch me do it. Right. And that attitude, let's just be honest. Let's just be fair. That attitude, that approach to things, sort of defining what he decides to be possible rather than listen to people saying that that's not possible. That's what got him to be able to do impossible things. And when he started Tesla, people said you cannot start a major automobile manufacturer in the United States. Tesla's rolling. SpaceX, he has launched more successful rockets than fucking Boeing. Excuse my French. Boeing and Tesla, Boeing and SpaceX around 2011, NASA gave the bulk of the money to Boeing. They gave a little bit of money to SpaceX. Boeing, with all that money, has yet to get a rocket out into space and back.
And they got astronauts stuck in the space on the Boeing ship.
Yes,
I didn't forget about it.
Stranded as we speak. They're stranded as we speak. And guess who went up there? Who's going to go up there and get them? SpaceX.
Oh Lord Jesus.
SpaceX. That's in your So I just kind of think, I know people get offended by Musk politics. I'm offended by it too. But can we at least take a moment to try to also appreciate what he can do? I don't think the man is. I don't think I hate the way the government spends money. It drives me insane. Like, I want somebody to go in there and
tell me how you hate the way the government spends money, because I think there's a lot of misconception about how government spends money. 60% of our budget is spent on defense. There's no other country that does this. And by the way, I just want to say, Elon Musk, he sought to buy Twitter as an impulse. He didn't even think it through. He just was like, I'm going to buy Twitter. And then when he got in there too deep, he tried to pull out.
And they made him.
They did not allow him to pull out. He did it out of impulse. Because first of all, his little ego was bruised on Twitter because he is a little boy who was reacting more to being bullied because he had a terrible childhood. He was almost beaten to death in boarding school when he was, he really was. He had an awful childhood. And they beat him so bad, he was put into the hospital. That's how bad it was. And his parents did nothing to protect him. When he got out of the hospital, they just put him right back in that same environment that beat him up. Like, I would have changed schools or protected him in some way. They didn't. So he has this wound. Don't get me started with Elon Musk.
Yeah, she's doing a deep dive. I love it. I love it.
And then when he goes and someone on Twitter says something about him, wasn't there a group of people that were tracking his flights? They were going and they were tracking. They could see his private jet. They knew where he was going. They were posting it on Twitter or something. He made an impulse decision to buy Twitter, and then changed his mind later because he woke up and was like, "This is really a dumb idea." And then he was stuck. He was stuck into a situation that he couldn't get out of because he was more reacting to his pain and hurt that he has not even started to process. I can't even imagine all the things that happened to Elon Musk when he was growing up, those primitive years, and how he had no one to help him is a very good reason. And his whole attitude toward therapy is like, I'll never go to therapy. But how many wives do you need to have, and how many children all over the place you need to have before you start realizing I need some help. He needs help.
I got an update on the polls. For Washington State is Harris is leading with 24% in. She's leading 51 to 46%. Oregon is Harris. And then, of course, California. And
what
then
about Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin? We need them coming.
Pennsylvania is still, Trump is leading 51% to 47%, and they've got about 74% of the vote in. So it's still close, but he's leading right now.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is a big one.
Yeah, Minnesota is, Trump has got that one. What was the other one? It's pink. Wisconsin, he's got that one. Georgia is still, where are we at with Georgia?
It doesn't even matter with Georgia. I mean, if he loses Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, it's not going to make a difference. I mean, if he wins those, then it's over. We might as well pack it up.
Georgia's still neck and neck, but he's winning, and they've got 90% of the vote in. I don't know if that county that had the bomb threats, if they were finished yet, but it says they've got 90% of the vote in. Nevada, they're saying Nevada, we're not going to know till November 12th, but we'll see what happens tonight because of that whole thing where they've got to certify the signatures or make sure the signatures are good for the voters. It's some new law they have out there. But
I thought Arizona was going to be blue this time. Arizona was blue last time.
Still neck and neck. It's 49.6% for Trump, 49.5% for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, it's leaning that way.
Only 51% of the vote is in, so we still don't have, the most of the vote. Still half the votes are in. So
if I got to listen to this man talk about him winning for 4 years, I might slip my wrist.
I just can't.
And his crowd sizes. Oh God.
That's so funny. Yeah. Well, I kind of think that overall, in a way, I kind of like when the country swings back right and left. I feel like Obama took us too far left. I thought Obama was going to show up as a black man.
He didn't do any. Obama is central. He is not. If you call Obama liberal, he'd look at you and spit in your face.
Well, I'll say
nothing liberal about that man.
There's a reason that I think it was Newsweek named him the first gay president. I don't know if y'all remember that. They had him on the headline, and they had the little rainbow flag, and they said
the gays got a lot of rights under Obama.
Yeah, he really pushed that gay stuff, and I think with the revelation of what happened at those Diddy parties, kind of tells you what some of these elites are really up to. Not to speak on that too much, I'll let you read between the lines. And I just think that agenda is the agenda that was most effectively pushed forward. And I think a lot of black people. What's interesting with black people is that overall black people are conservative. They're not into a lot of that stuff, and I think that when they try to bundle us up with all the other non-white male rejects, a lot of black people are just like, no, that's not me. I'm not down with that. And I think that's where topics like whether it's some LGBT trans conversations or maybe the issue with terminating pregnancy, I think that causes a clear dividing line. Like when I think about my friends that go to church, I got friends that would go to a Jamal Bryant church because it's very entertaining and you get to pretend like you love God even if you ratchet all week long. And then I got my fire and brimstone friends that are like, no, these pastors, they come in there telling me who to vote for. They telling me that I should go abort my baby and all these other things. That's against God. That's against what's in the Bible. Right now, again, I'm not here to say that there's a right or wrong way to look at that, but I listen carefully to my friends that are in both categories. Like I found it really interesting that when I look at, let's use Jamal Bryant as an example. I'm just like, how are you not rectifying. What's the word I'm looking for? How are you clarifying the connection with these political beliefs and just the fact that you're telling people who to vote for with what you're teaching from the Bible? There's so many things that just come off as such a direct contrast. I'm like, what? I don't understand this. So it's almost like you feel like if the Democrats came in and said, we'll pay you $1 million, but you got to tell everybody to go worship Satan, you'd have black pastors saying, Satan is the true God. I really believe you'd have that. You'd have that, right? And then I, again, then I have my friends that are more right wing who are like, no, they're like, no, aborting the child is wrong. The gay stuff, their position on the gay stuff tends to be more like, you do what you do in the bedroom. Just I don't need to know about it. I don't have to acknowledge it or talk about it, right? Yeah, so I kind of feel like there has to be room for those conversations with the black community because everybody wants to put black people in the liberal Democrat box. And I think that that's linked back. If you go back 100 years, it's linked to agendas that related to communism and socialism. Like the Black Panther Party was a very communist organization. Same thing with the civil rights movement. It was rooted and funded and supported by a lot of communism. Communism's not always bad. Marxism's not always bad. But not every black person is that supports, say, the Black Panthers is signing up to be a Marxist. Right. And I think that because we're diverse, as we see that diversity, we get to this point where people are arguing, well, you ain't really black if you don't believe this or if you don't believe that. And that to me is the colonizer trying to claim our blackness to say, well, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black. Or if you don't do this, you ain't black. If you don't support the right to choose, then you're not black. No, you could be very black and still just say that's not my thing.
Well, if I don't go to bed, I'm gonna be fat, not black, because I gotta wake up. We gotta wake up in the morning, boys.
If you weigh 250 pounds and you ain't black.
Dr. Alicia, I really love your hair. I just wanted to tell you that I love that.
Girl, it is one big. The hair has clumped together. I need to take it down, but I'm not going to.
Let me tell you guys really quick what I'm seeing just from states that were blue last election that are kind of more leaning towards red right now. So Arizona was blue in 2020. It's leaning red. Last election, Colorado's still blue. Minnesota was blue. It's leaning red. Wisconsin was blue. It's leaning red. Pennsylvania was blue. It's leaning red.
Ooh.
Georgia was blue, is leaning red. North Carolina, let's see, Virginia State.
What about North Carolina? Did that come in?
North Carolina is leaning red.
Wow.
I'm going to bed.
Wow.
Boys, let's go to bed.
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed with you in a minute. That is very interesting.
I gotta set my outfit out, or I'm not gonna be able to put on my. I need to go to bed. I have to set my clothes out. Everything has to. I can't think in the morning because I'll be too tired.
Yeah, that's interesting. Ooh, buddy, we might have President Trump tomorrow, or maybe the next day, or whenever they finish settling. That's interesting.
I think I'm gonna get off.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm starting to question all those Kamala Harris contracts I bought. I'm starting to wonder if I made a mistake. I had to buy them because I just hated to see her. I just couldn't believe the contract was 10 cents. Like turning 10 cents into $1. That's crazy, right? I don't regret it because it was the best decision I could make based on what I knew. But now I'm looking at these results, and what I really think might be happening too is that the Democrats and the liberals tend to be loud. The conservatives are not. The conservatives. No. Hold on. Wait. No, sorry. Let me explain it in a different way. The liberals have bigger. I think they have bigger mainstream platforms. So you'll see a Kamala Harris rally, and you'll have Beyonce and every Hollywood, superstar kind of supporting that, and we will think that that's where the nation's going. But then you've got a lot of these conservatives that people are ashamed to tell people that they vote for Trump. They're scared. They're kind of hiding in the shadows, right? And so they secretly go to the polls. They just place their vote and they don't say nothing. And I know this because one example I saw. This is just one story, and take it for what you want, right? But I remember seeing some of my friends get together, and I knew them both very well. One couple was deep red, Trump, Trump, Trump. The other couple was very, very blue, like love MSNBC, whatever. And they were talking back and forth. And here's what I noticed: my friends that were blue were really vocal, like, "Oh, Trump is terrible. Only an idiot will vote for Trump. Why would you do that?" Just kind of, the MSNBC kind of rhetoric. And my conservative friends just didn't say a word. They just listened. They didn't argue. They didn't say nothing. And I was sitting there and I was laughing because my friends that were blue assumed that because the other couple was black, that they were agreeing with them, but they weren't agreeing. They were just like, you can say what you want to say. We're going to just vote with how we want to vote. We don't need to explain to you why your vote is a stupid vote. Right. And I wonder if that's happening nationwide. I really do. Because if Trump wins this election, it will surprise me because I really thought the momentum was in favor of Kamala. I really did.
She, people were saying that she benefited from a shorter election. Like, the fact that she didn't have to start out in a primary and go, she got in relatively late in the game. So I think it did help her.
Maybe it hurt her.
I think it definitely gave the Democrats a boost of energy that they were like. Joe Biden just had the Democrats depressed because he got up there stumbling and fumbling and couldn't finish his sentences. And I mean, it was really funny. Like, so watching, I was thinking about the black Democratic stooges, the Rollins and the DLs. And I said, how you going to defend that? You can't defend what that man was doing.
Oh, yeah.
And, but then they kind of gave them a shot in the arm when they popped Kamala in there. I did not think that the country was going to be that enthusiastic about her. And I understood why they were. So then what happened was they flipped it on the Republicans. First, the Republicans were the ones who looked like they had the young, energetic, vibrant candidate, and the Democrats had the stodgy old man. Now it's completely flipped. And the same arguments they were making about Biden being unfit mentally and all this, now they were saying that about Trump. And I would watch Trump and I'd be like, yeah, they got a good point because he's up there rambling. He ain't making no sense. He's older. When older people have a cognitive decline, it happens really fast. Have you ever seen the video where Biden was speaking in 2019 versus how he sounded in 2024?
Oh, yeah. And they tried to say he had a cold. But what was concerned about to me is what's going on with Kamala. Like, is she on benzodiazepines or what? Because I'm serious, because she's slurring, like every other interview or speech where she gets the slurring. And I'm just wondering do they got her medicated? Seriously, as a doctor, because why do these I'm watching these speech patterns on why are you slurring, girl?
Wow,
I haven't heard. I have to pay attention to. I didn't hear any. I have never heard any.
Tell me about benzodiazepine.
Those are for anxiety. Xanax. That's a benzodiazepine. Xanax.
Interesting.
So, or Ativan. So there's just, somebody, and that's what I've read, that people saying that that's maybe what's going on, is that she gets really anxious. And so they give her, that may be what's going on. But she definitely does slur to the point where people do skits about her and they will mimic her slurring. And, people have accused her of being drunk, hitting the bottle. I don't know. But I just know that based on her speech patterns that she, and it's not every single speech, but she will get the slurring.
Wow, I did not think about that. Wow, that's interesting, huh? Yeah, I still think that she's more presidential than Trump is.
Absolutely.
Plus, she's gonna make me some money tomorrow if she wins. So I want to announce to the 12 people that are listening that I'm announcing my endorsement of Kamala Harris.
Even though you voted for Cornell, come on, boys.
Right. That was a mistake. That was fake news. That never happened. I'm kidding. Actually, there's 1,100 people listening, so we got more than a couple of people.
We got a nice crowd tonight.
Yeah. I think it's good. Well, I think that what people want is they want to have an honest Black conversation with real Black people about our issues and our role in the process. I think a lot of people are getting sick of those fake Negroes on TV. Not all of them are fake. Who I like is Nina Turner.
Oh, I love Nina Turner.
Yeah, I like her because I think she's clearly a Democrat, right? Is that accurate?
I'm pretty sure she is.
Yeah, she's a Democrat, but she does it with a tremendous amount of respect for the Black community. Like, so she's very Black. She's very B1, just super Black first. But she still stands on what she believes as a Democrat, but she kind of checks the Democratic Party in how they approach Black people. And I really appreciated what she said about Black men. and just like they don't want to be told what to do. I said, thank you for saying that. That's it. Just don't be up in here barking at us. Like,
what are you talking about? I tell you what to do all the time, boys.
Well, you tell me what to do, and I have to ignore you too sometimes. But
you can't ignore me.
But still, though, it's like really, no. I mean, just to keep it real, like generally speaking, I don't do nothing unless I want to do it. That's it. And there's nothing radical about that. White women say it all the time. Like no means no, my body, my choice. They say all these things, right? So I think Black men want sovereignty. Like what you're really seeing is something that I think is very good for the Black community right now. Is you're seeing a lot of Black men standing up and saying we want to be grown-ups and we want to be heard. I think some of them are misguided. Like I think when they are talking crazy about single mothers, that makes me angry, and it's unfair and it is immature. But at the same time, the fact that men are just saying, "Hey, we're here too. We matter as well." I think that's really good for the Black community because I don't think you would have had this say 10 or 15 years ago. So there we go. What do y'all think? You think it's time to go? You think it's time to?
Yeah, we can get off.
I'm sad. I didn't
I'm gonna go to bed, and then I hope that I wake up and it's gonna be something different.
What do you want to share before we go? Do you want to share your information about where people can follow you and all that stuff? I'll put it in.
Please.
I'm Constance Carter. Black Nubian money. Take that off. Thank you. Okay.
There you go.
Constance Carter. You can find me anywhere. I am Constance Carter.
Okay, I am Constance Carter. All right. What about you? What about you, Dr. Charm? I'm gonna put that on the screen.
You're on the screen. Y'all can find me on Instagram, CharmGirl77. For anybody that's going to be in Las Vegas, November 16th, that's next Saturday, I will be performing at the iconic Jimmy Kimmel's Comedy Club on the Las Vegas Strip for the Keenan Presents Pop-Up Comedy Festival. More information on IG on how to get tickets. I'm super excited about that. And if anybody wants to get some spiritual readings done, you can text me at 404-832-5179. If you want to get an astrology chart done, tarot card readings, or psychic medium work, text me at that number. Thanks for having me tonight, y'all.
Yeah. I didn't know.
Wait, you're a psychic medium. Who's winning tonight?
I didn't do any forecast on it, so I was like, I was too nervous. I couldn't do it.
You're performing. You're a comedian, Dr. Charm.
I've been doing stand-up comedy for 7 years, Dr. Boyce.
What? No.
Yes.
Oh my God. I gotta go to your show. That's what's up. That's great. I always wanted to be a stand-up comedian. I just can't do it. I'm not funny. No one laughs at me. They laugh at me. They don't laugh with me. Go ahead.
No, I was an actress. I was doing acting first, and then Tina Graham, the illustrious Tina Graham, who is the godmother of urban comedy. She used to be the booker for Def Jam, and I went to a comedy convention. They used to have me do a medical talk, and I was talking to her, and I said something she thought was funny, and she said, "You need to start writing jokes." She told me that in 2016. So if Tina Graham, Mike Epps slept on her couch, she helped Monique get the Parkers. She put a lot, she put some of these comedians first $100 in their pockets. I was like, you know what? If she said I need to start writing jokes, I need to start writing jokes. So I took her advice and said, it's almost been 8 years now. So yeah.
Wow, I love it. I'm definitely gonna check out your so send me some of your material. I like to see it.
I'll send you my skits though, Dr. Barnes. On my IG, y'all go on my IG. I post my skits. I did a Jaguar Wright skit. It's a couple people said they thought that I was Jaguar. Dr.
Not a Jaguar Wright skit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
Should get together. I know Boyce was telling me how funny she is too.
Who is that?
Tiara.
Oh yeah, Tiara's hilarious. Yeah, I'm following you now. Yeah, and I'm gonna check out your content. That's awesome, Dr.
Yeah, I drop a new skit about every other week because you got to stay fresh. But I did my I try to stay fresh because it's fun. It's so much stuff with this election has been really good for the comedians. Any current events, the comedians we're gonna clean up.
Oh yeah. There's so much to make fun of. Okay, so Dr. Alicia, babe, did you want to share your information and let everybody know where they can follow you and all that?
Yes. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Election night. Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Hit me up. Individual and couples coaching.
All right.
Yes.
And my name is Boyce Watkins. And tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., we're going to do our daily financial consciousness training. It's called Money in the Morning, The Art of Economic Elevation. And that's where we get together every morning, and it's 100% free. And if you want to be invited, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, or you can also go to b1moneytips.com if you live internationally. That's b1moneytips.com. So see you all tomorrow morning, and I will let you all know if my Kamala Harris contracts cash in, fingers crossed. And then also tomorrow, we're going to talk about something that I was reading about where they said that a lot of young people are engaged in doomsday spending because they have no hope for the future, and they are worried that the world's going to come to an end, and all these problems that they're seeing, and so because of that, they're not even planning for the future financially. So we're going to kind of talk about that tomorrow. So, well, thank you, everybody. It was great to see you.
It was fun.
This was a blast. This is what I had in mind, just hanging out online and just having a shared experience. And I want to say thank you to everybody who hung out with us.
Yes,
make sure you follow the Queens every day. Like they do a great show. They are kick-ass. I mean, these are the baddest Black women on the planet. The View ain't got nothing on y'all.
They ain't got shit on us, Dr. B. They ain't got shit on us.
Those are fake plastic TV people. These are real Black women that are super smart and amazing. So if you want to be notified when they go live every single day, Monday through Friday, 1 p.m., everybody pull out your phone, text the word Queens to the number 87948. Text Queens to 87948, and they'll send you an invite when they go live. I'll put it on the screen. And we got to support the sisters. We got to support the intelligent Black conversations. So I'm asking everybody in the chat to let's be intentional. Put a yes in the chat if you're going to text Queens to 87948. And then when you get the link, you're going to click on it and come in and make a comment and support. You do that. We didn't ask you to pay money. Just pay attention, right? We got to do this because our people, we got all these ridiculous outer space Negroes representing us on TV, and you got real ones out here that are really accomplishing it, getting it done, raising the families, doing amazing things. These are the women that we all need to know about, whether you are Trump, Kamala, or anything in between. We got to make sure our community is always represented. Do we agree? Give me a yes in the chat so we can all walk out of here feeling good. All right. So thank you so much for saying yes, and thank you for hearing me out on that. All right, everybody, have a good night. Thanks, Constance and Dr. Charm and Dr. Dave. I'll see you in another room in a minute. Have a good night, everybody.
Hey, Dr. B, let's get back on y'all tomorrow and let's talk about the results, and let's have a conversation.
That part. Let's do it. We gonna finish up. All right. So, have a good night, everybody. See you later.
Everybody.
Bye-bye.